Absolutely. Many games are embracing user-generated content, making it a key part of their ecosystem.
Titles like Minecraft and Dreams empower players to express themselves creatively. It's the next evolution, the blending of game development and player creation.
Wow, so players can not only play, but also build their own worlds. How does that change the gaming experience?
It transforms the relationship as players are not just consumers. They become integral parts of the game's life cycle, driving innovation and unique experiences.
Right. And what's really interesting is how this can potentially lead to entirely new genres of games, unlike anything we've seen before.
That's mind-blowing. What about the impact on game developers? Are they worried about players taking over?
It's definitely a balancing act. Developers see the potential for collaboration, as the best platforms encourage player feedback, which can guide future updates and features.
Exactly. And while some developers may feel threatened, many realize that harnessing player creativity can lead to remarkable opportunities for engagement and growth.
So, can we expect more games to focus on this type of player involvement in the future?
Definitely. The upcoming titles will not only feature rich content, but also a strong emphasis on nurturing communities where players play a pivotal role.
And think about the future. As technology advances, who knows what incredible tools will be at players' fingertips to create and share their content.
This is all sounding so promising. But could there be any risks involved with empowering players this way?
That's a critical point. Moderation, safety, and content quality remain essential aspects to address as player creativity continues to grow.
Stay tuned, everyone. We'll return with more insights into this captivating world of user-generated content and its potential challenges. Welcome back, everyone. Today, let's shift our focus to the intriguing concept of virtual reality in gaming and how it's revolutionizing player experiences.
Virtual reality. That sounds incredible. How exactly is VR changing how we interact with games?
It's fascinating. VR immerses players in entirely different worlds, allowing them to experience gameplay from a first-person perspective like never before.
Imagine not just seeing the game, but feeling like you're truly part of it. This has huge implications for immersion and emotional connection.
That's mind-blowing. But are there specific genres that are capitalizing on this VR technology more than others?
Certainly. Titles in the action, simulation, and horror genres have effectively used VR to create adrenaline-pumping experiences where players feel the environment intensely.
Wow. Horror games in VR must be utterly terrifying. Are there any standout titles that have pushed the boundaries in this space?
Absolutely. Games like Resident Evil 7 Biohazard have received critical acclaim for how they leverage VR to heighten fear and suspense.
Plus, as technology improves, we can expect even more groundbreaking VR experiences that integrate advanced physics and artificial intelligence, pushing us to engage with the gaming world on a new level.
That opens up so many questions. What about how VR affects social interaction in gaming?
That's a great angle. Social experiences in VR can create a sense of presence, allowing players to interact in ways that traditional gaming simply can't replicate.
Exactly. And it could lead to new forms of multiplayer gameplay that emphasize collaboration and communication in immersive settings.
I can't wait to see how this all unfolds. What challenges do you think developers will face as they navigate this new territory?
Another thought-provoking question. Developers will need to address technical barriers, including hardware limitations, and creating a seamless user experience to ensure players aren't deterred by discomfort.
And let's not forget the importance of storytelling in VR. Balancing narrative depth with interactivity will be essential for keeping players engaged.
As we shift gears, let's dive into an intriguing aspect of contemporary gaming: sustainability and the gaming industry's responsibility toward the environment.
Sustainability in gaming. That sounds fascinating. How is the industry addressing its environmental impact?
Great question. Many developers are beginning to adopt eco-friendly practices in game production, from reducing energy consumption to promoting digital downloads over physical copies.
And think about it. Some games are even designed to raise awareness about environmental issues through their narratives and mechanics.
Wow, that's impressive. Can you give us some examples of games that tackle these themes effectively?
Certainly. Titles like Spiritfarer and Eco are excellent at conveying messages about nature and community, encouraging players to reflect on their impact.
So it's not just about entertainment, it's also about education. Are more developers leaning into this trend?
Absolutely. With the increasing focus on sustainability, we're likely to see more titles that creatively blend gameplay with environmental themes.
And this shift might also inspire innovative game mechanics that promote conservation and teamwork, appealing to socially conscious gamers.
That sounds like a meaningful direction. How do you think this focus on sustainability could change the gaming community in the long run?
It could foster a strong sense of community around shared values, leading to more advocacy for ecological initiatives beyond gaming, reshaping the overall player experience.
Plus, as our awareness grows, we might see cultural shifts in how future narratives are crafted, emphasizing empathy and responsibility towards our planet.
Welcome back, gamers. Today, we're diving into the buzzing news in the gaming world and connecting some interesting dots that you may have missed.
I'm excited. With so much happening right now, what's really grabbing your attention first?
There's actually a fascinating relationship between community engagement in games like PlayStation Plus and the growing custom content creation we've seen emerge, particularly in fan-made horror games.
Absolutely. Long-term subscribers of PlayStation Plus Essential are building communities around game sharing and discussions, which ties right into player creativity and the buzz surrounding fan projects, like that horror game on the moon.
That sounds intriguing. What do you think makes these fan projects so appealing to players?
Fan projects tap into the emotional engagement players have with existing IPs, empowering them to express their ideas and creativity in ways that official releases sometimes miss.
And speaking of empowerment, have you all heard about the feedback around character balance in games like Overwatch 2? The discussion about Ana needing a rework showcases player investment in not just playing, but also in shaping the game's direction.
It's fascinating how connected these discussions are. What impact do player opinions have on the developers regarding balance changes?
Player feedback is becoming increasingly essential, as developers recognize that a responsive approach to community concerns can create a more engaging and satisfying experience, ultimately boosting player retention and growth.
Plus, let's not forget how the current excitement around skins in games like Overwatch and the Fortnite community can shift over time. Have you noticed how players often feel certain skins are too basic after the initial hype?
That's so true. It's almost like skin designs go through their own trends and waves. Why do you think that happens?
Trends can fluctuate based on player expectations and inspiration from other games. Players want innovation and unique designs, which keeps the conversation lively and the stakes high.
Absolutely. And let's pivot back to the shared experiences players are having in collaborative settings, like those mom-and-pop board game giveaways that are crossing over into the gaming world. How cool is it to see tabletop and video game communities merging?
That's a unique intersection. It sounds like a great way to reach new audiences and promote engagement across different gaming formats.
Exactly. It creates a diverse platform for players to appreciate gaming in multiple forms, fostering a stronger, interconnected community.
Remember, everyone, each game you play contributes to a broader dialogue in the gaming industry. So, what are your thoughts on this blend of creativity and community influence? Get ready to share your opinions as they can spark even more exciting discussions ahead. Welcome back, gamers. Today, we're shifting our focus to the exciting developments in the gaming world, as well as intriguing fan projects that are capturing our attention.
Absolutely. There's a fascinating blend of news, from a horror game trailer set on the moon to discussions about character balance in titles like Overwatch.
Oh wow, that's a lot to unpack. So, are we seeing a trend where horror elements are seeping into games that traditionally haven't focused on that genre?
Yes, indeed. This could signal a broader shift in genre blending, appealing to diverse audiences who enjoy exploring fear in unique contexts, like that Fortnite horror fan fiction mentioned.
Exactly. The idea of incorporating horror into mainstream titles not only spices up gameplay, but also enables developers to experiment with new storytelling techniques.
That's so exciting. And what about the mention of character balance, like the conversation around Ana being too overpowered? How does that tie in?
Character balance plays a pivotal role in maintaining fairness and enjoyment in competitive environments, which could be at odds with the dynamic shifts in horror-inspired gameplay elements.
Plus, it raises questions about how developers can maintain balance in a game while introducing new mechanics that could disrupt existing gameplay strategies.
Definitely. And it seems like there's a lot of chatter in the community about skins in games like Overwatch. Are developers paying more attention to what players want?
Absolutely. With discussions around skins being perceived as too basic, developers might be rethinking their design philosophy to retain player interest and keep their content fresh.
Among the innovative designs, the concept of loot sharing from chests and kills adds an extra layer of strategy, especially in games where team dynamics are key.
Oh, that sounds like it could lead to some intense gameplay moments. How do you think the community will react to these changes?
Community reactions could vary, but I think it can drive players to voice their concerns or praise, leading to ongoing conversations that influence future updates and features.
There's a possibility that we might also see crossover events incorporating popular fan projects, like that giveaway for a board game, creating a vibrant community atmosphere.
So the gaming industry is not just about playing anymore. It's about participating and sharing experiences. What other trends do you think we might see emerge?
That's a thought-provoking question. We might see developers leaning into more cross-media collaborations, providing fans with multifaceted ways to engage with their favorite franchises. Welcome back, gamers! Today we have an exciting array of recent news to cover that connects with ongoing discussions in the gaming community, especially around creative projects and player engagement.
That sounds fantastic. I noticed the mention of a horror game trailer set on the moon. What do you think makes that concept so compelling in relation to current gaming trends?
That game is particularly intriguing since it taps into the growing desire for unique settings and narratives within horror genres. Players often look for something fresh, and space offers a fascinating backdrop for fear and isolation.
Absolutely. And speaking of horror, have you heard about the progress on that Fortnite horror fan fiction? It adds another layer to community creativity, where players are exploring beloved franchises in new and thrilling ways.
It's incredible how players are extending their experiences beyond the game itself. What do you think drives them to create such content?
The emotional investment players have in these franchises fuels their creativity. It gives them a platform to express themselves and engage with fellow fans, building a shared narrative that enriches the community.
On the topic of community activity, long-term subscriptions like PlayStation Plus Essential create ongoing discussions around accessibility to new content and sharing experiences. This could really influence how games are developed in the future.
For sure. But what happens when players experience issues, like being charged for a subscription they can't access? How does that simultaneously affect community trust in a service?
That's a significant concern. When players hit obstacles like that, it can lead to frustration, which highlights the need for developers to maintain transparent communication and responsive customer service. Trust is key for long-term player satisfaction and retention.
Speaking of community engagement, let's take a moment to acknowledge player feedback around character balance in games like Overwatch. Ana being deemed overpowered reflects the ongoing dialogue between players and developers.
That's a hot topic. So, what do you think developers can do to address these concerns while still keeping gameplay interesting for everyone?
Balancing gameplay is a delicate act. Developers may consider introducing subtle changes over time based on feedback, while also ensuring that new players can easily engage with the game without feeling overwhelmed by legacy concerns.
And finally, the intersection of board games and video games, like the ongoing giveaway for Railroad Inc. on Instagram, showcases how hybrid communities can emerge. Do you think this trend will continue to grow?
I hope so. There's something special about bridging different gaming formats. It encourages collaboration and fosters a sense of community among players, making their experiences richer and more varied.
Indeed, this merging could lead to innovative formats and experiences that keep players engaged both in digital and tabletop realms, paving the way for future development.
Thanks for tuning in today, gamers. We would love to hear your thoughts on these connections and what excites you about the future of gaming. Welcome back, gamers. Today we have some intriguing recent news to explore, possible connections between developments in the gaming world and how they might shape our experiences going forward.
I'm really curious about that trailer for the horror game set on the moon. What do you think makes that such a cool concept, especially in relation to ongoing trends?
The lunar setting provides an eerie backdrop, enhancing the isolation and fear associated with horror themes. It walks hand in hand with the kind of eerie beauty players can find in darkness, tapping into a unique style that innovates gameplay and storytelling.
And speaking of unique narratives, the increasing focus on community-generated content like that Fortnite horror fanfiction demonstrates how players are drawing inspiration from their favorite franchises to create their own spin on horror themes.
That's amazing. I can't believe how impactful community creativity can be. So, is it safe to say that players are becoming more engaged beyond just playing the game?
Absolutely. Players are sharing experiences, creating content, and even asking for help, like clarifying which Overwatch League skins won't return. These interactions foster a deeper connection to the games they love.
Moreover, the ongoing issues players face, like being charged for a PlayStation subscription they can't access, highlight the importance of transparent communication with the community. Trust is essential in keeping players invested.
Trust is so vital. Switching gears a bit, I heard someone mention the darkness having its own beauty, especially before it swallows you whole. What do you think draws players to those darker elements in games?
Dark themes often provoke emotional responses, and they can lead to intense gameplay experiences. Games that embrace such elements can create a memorable atmosphere, enhancing player immersion and emotional investment.
And let's not forget about the strategic aspects related to gameplay mechanics. Loot sharing from chests and kills adds depth, encouraging teamwork and strategic planning, which are vital in multiplayer experiences.
Wow. So it seems that strategic gameplay mechanics, community engagement, and dark narratives are all interwoven in the gaming landscape. What do you think we can expect to see as this continues to develop?
As we look to the future, we may see an increase in collaborative development processes, where player feedback significantly shapes the direction of gameplay features, ultimately enhancing experiences across genres.
Welcome back, fellow gamers. Today, we're diving into some recent headlines stirring excitement in the gaming community.
I can feel the energy. The horror game trailer set on the moon is definitely intriguing. What do you think makes that so captivating?
The contrast of isolation with the vastness of space combined with horror elements creates a gripping atmosphere, pushing players to confront their fears. It's a fresh twist that elevates the horror genre to new heights.
And let's not overlook the ongoing conversations about character balance in games like Overwatch. It seems there's growing frustration around characters like Ana being deemed overpowered. How do developers tackle this issue?
That's a great point. So, are there strategies developers can implement to address balance without losing the essence of gameplay?
Absolutely. Developers can introduce gradual balance changes and encourage player feedback to find a sweet spot. It's crucial for maintaining trust and satisfaction within the community.
Speaking of feedback, the mention of recent subscription issues, like players being charged for PlayStation Plus but not having access, raises questions about transparency. How can developers foster trust in these situations?
It really goes back to communication, doesn't it? What ways can developers ensure accountability and keep players informed?
Regular updates and clear messaging regarding subscription services can make a significant difference. Players want to know that their concerns are heard and addressed.
On a creative note, the rise of fan fiction projects, like that Fortnite horror fan fiction, exemplifies how players are embracing and expanding established narratives. Does that reflect a growing trend in player engagement?
That's fascinating. Why do you think players are so compelled to create their unique narratives alongside the games they love?
It allows players to express themselves creatively and to explore different facets of the characters and worlds they adore. It fosters a unique bond between the players and the game itself.
And let's not forget the intriguing developments in collaborative RPGs, such as the Inside Out collab concept. How might incorporating varying themes and aesthetics impact player interaction?
That sounds promising. How could players' emotional journeys be influenced by such rich themes in games?
When players resonate with a theme, it enhances immersion and allows deeper emotional connections, creating memorable experiences that resonate long after gameplay. The future looks bright for these kinds of creative collaborations.
As we wrap up this segment, consider how the evolving landscape of gaming, both in character development and unique narratives, opens countless doors for player engagement. What excites you most about these changes? Welcome back, fellow gamers. Today, we have a fresh batch of intriguing news items to unpack, including some exciting developments in gameplay experiences and community responses.
That sounds fantastic. I noticed some issues about players struggling with custom games and subscription concerns. What kind of connections do those issues have with community engagement?
Those issues reflect the importance of reliable systems that empower players. When they face barriers, it diminishes their ability to create and collaborate, which is crucial for engagement.
Exactly. And speaking of creation, the mention of a horror game trailer set on the moon pairs perfectly with the idea of unique, consistent gameplay environments. How could immersive settings like that elevate player experiences?
It sounds captivating. I love the concept of integrating horror with such a unique backdrop. How could developers innovate further to keep players engaged in these darker themes?
They can explore various interactions within these environments, like how fear influences decision-making or brings out survival instincts, which can create an intense atmosphere that resonates deeply with players.
That makes so much sense. However, I also heard about FPS drops and lag issues. Could those technical problems dampen the overall experience and creativity players seek in these game environments?
Absolutely. Technical shortcomings can frustrate players and detract from the emotional experience. Consistent performance is essential, especially as players dive into complex themes and narratives.
Additionally, communication about these issues is crucial. Transparency from developers can reassure players that their concerns are being taken seriously, creating a more trusting community.
Speaking of trust, there's a lot of chatter about the OP nature of characters like Ana and players seeking clarity on skin availability in Overwatch League. How might game balance and awareness of in-game elements maintain that trust?
Balancing characters is an ongoing challenge, but engaging with the community for feedback can solidify players' faith in developers. It's all about building a two-way relationship.
Precisely. When players see their voices reflected in game updates, it fosters a connection that keeps them invested, even in times of disagreement. It encourages a shared journey rather than a fractured one.
I love that perspective. Lastly, I was curious about the tailored experiences derived from community-generated content, like Fortnite horror fan fiction. How can those creative endeavors influence future games?
They pave the way for developers to tap into community feedback. Custom narratives not only enrich the lore, but can even inspire new gameplay mechanics or themes, keeping the gaming landscape dynamic and exciting. Welcome back, gamers. Today we have a whirlwind of current news to tackle, from tech troubles to game anticipation. Let's jump into the discussions about the latest trending topics that are on everyone's minds.
So I've seen some chatter about issues with graphics cards and installation problems. How do you think these technical roadblocks are affecting the gaming experience for newcomers?
Technical difficulties can be daunting, especially for new players. A smooth installation process and reliable hardware are fundamental for enjoying today's demanding games.
Absolutely. And speaking of challenges, there are discussions about players being charged subscription fees without access to services like PlayStation Plus. How does this impact trust between players and developers?
That's a major concern. If players feel shortchanged, how can developers keep their loyal audience engaged and satisfied?
Transparency is key. Developers must proactively communicate maintenance schedules and subscription details to avoid breaking the trust that players place in them.
Another intrigue is the mention of new anticipated games. What are some of the top titles that players are looking forward to? And how can hype lead to mixed reactions from a community?
It's interesting. Sometimes the anticipation builds so high that when a game finally releases, some players might feel let down if it doesn't meet expectations.
Correct. It's vital for developers to manage that excitement responsibly. A well-timed reveal of features and gameplay can help maintain buzz without overselling.
Switching gears, the idea of a horror game set on the moon has been brought up. What unique aspects make this setting ideal for intense narratives?
That sounds eerie and fascinating. The isolation of space paired with horror can amplify fear and immersion. What are the key elements that could be explored in such an environment?
The juxtaposition of haunting visuals in a desolate setting can create psychological tension. Exploring the effects of isolation on gameplay and character development could lead to engrossing narratives.
Now, with all this on the table, consider how player versus environment dynamics, like facing bizarre in-game elements, come into play. What does that reveal about player adaptability in different gaming contexts?
That's a deep question. Can gameplay be designed to make players think outside the box when confronting unexpected challenges?
Absolutely. Encouraging critical thinking and adaptability can lead to enriching player experiences, transforming frustration into opportunities for creativity and resilience.
Wrapping up this segment, how can the gaming community continue to foster innovation, especially when grappling with both the technical issues and anticipation for new game experiences? Let's shift gears and view the evolving landscape of game transactions and community responses. We've seen distinct reactions from different groups regarding game purchases and subscriptions, right?
Absolutely. I noticed concerns about why some games garner excitement while others don't. What factors influence these perceptions, especially regarding Ubisoft's current struggles?
Well, it's crucial to understand that brand loyalty and past experiences shape expectations. If a developer consistently delivers quality, any slight dip in a game's performance may not deter fans.
Great point. That leads us to another angle. With recent discussions around charging players for subscriptions without providing adequate services, how's that affecting community trust?
I love that connection. The conversations around disappointing demo sections disappearing or slow performance on the PS5 could tie into players feeling dissatisfied with what they're paying for.
Exactly. Technical issues like FPS drops or installation problems can make players feel shortchanged. Developers should aim to meet the evolving demands of their audience for long-term commitment.
Speaking of audience expectations, let's discuss the anticipated games. What role does that play in shaping trust? How might excitement for releases like that horror game on the moon shift player perceptions?
I've noticed crowded anticipation can lead to heightened anxiety around releases. How can studios manage this feeling to ensure expectations align more closely with reality?
Transparency is a significant factor here, especially on what players can expect from these games. Open communication can bridge gaps and build lasting relationships with the community.
And what about player engagement with custom content and fan expressions? How does that enrich these experiences, even amidst dissatisfaction over technical aspects?
That's fascinating. Your points about player creativity and custom content seem vital here. Can community-driven projects reshape how developers approach their next projects?
Absolutely. We're already witnessing that shift. Fans are not just passive consumers anymore. They're vocal contributors, which puts pressure on developers to deliver personalized experiences.
Welcome back, gamers. Today, we're zooming into some thrilling news and topics that have sparked chatter across the gaming community. Buckle up as we connect the dots between excitement, technical hurdles, and the creative expressions emerging within this vibrant space.
Oh, wow. That sounds intense. I've heard a lot about this horror game set on the moon. What kind of connections can we draw between horror games and the emotions they evoke in players?
The moon's isolation offers a perfect backdrop for psychological terror, as its desolate scenery allows developers to craft narratives that play on fear of the unknown. This can lead to immersive experiences, enhancing player engagement through innovative storytelling techniques.
Exactly. Shifting gears slightly, recent news about the changing landscape of multiplayer games has sparked debates on why some games draw audiences while others struggle, like the concerns surrounding Ubisoft. What do you think contributes to these distinctions?
I see. So it might be about community trust and their expectations. How does audience engagement compare in games like Overwatch and the forthcoming Marvel rivals?
Definitely a contrast. Overwatch faced challenges due to characters being perceived as overpowered, leading to player frustrations. Marvel Rivals, on the other hand, has an intriguing opportunity to avoid those pitfalls by focusing on balanced gameplay that promotes healthy competition and fairness.
And, considering the recent interest in drone gameplay and community-generated content, could these innovations serve as a remedy for games falling short of player satisfaction?
Absolutely. By implementing user-generated content, developers can create more dynamic and personalized gaming experiences. This approach encourages collaboration and builds trust in an ever-evolving environment filled with unique ideas and narratives.
That's a brilliant point. How do you see gaming genres adapting in response to these creative projects? And what role does customization play?
Good question. Customization has proven to be a double-edged sword. While it enhances player investment, it can also create fragmentation within gaming experiences. Developers need to find that sweet spot to harness these ideas without alienating their player base.
It's a balancing act for sure. The upcoming titles we all anticipate could integrate these elements better by allowing players to contribute, which shapes the game's journey and provides avenues for ongoing storytelling.
Speaking of future titles, I'd love to hear about more highly anticipated games and any innovations we might expect in their design. What can we look forward to?
Keep your eyes peeled, because the intersection of design, technology, and narrative is evolving faster than ever. Before we wrap, why not grab some favorites from the chat? What are you most excited about right now? Welcome back, gamers! Today, we're diving into some fascinating recent news that's been buzzing in the gaming community. Topics like new game mechanics, the growing excitement for anticipated titles, and even hardware quandaries are on our radar. Buckle up as we explore these connections.
That sounds exciting. I've seen mentions of that trailer for a horror game set on the moon. How does that tie into the broader themes in gaming today?
The moon setting heightens the sense of isolation and dread, making it a perfect backdrop for innovative horror experiences. Tales like these can provoke strong emotional reactions, much like the community drama surrounding games like Overwatch, where character balance affects player engagement.
Exactly. And speaking of character balance, there's been chatter about characters perceived as overpowered. It seems some players are ready to move on to titles like Marvel Rivals as a remedy for this dissatisfaction. What influences this shift?
That's interesting. Do you think it stems from unmet expectations regarding character balance in established franchises?
Absolutely. When players feel deprived of equitable gameplay, they naturally turn to alternatives that promise a fairer experience. This transition is essential for developers as they strive to understand audience needs and keep the gaming landscape fresh and engaging.
And when we consider community-driven game design, how vital is audience feedback? Titles like Ubisoft's recent efforts illustrate a split in community trust and expectations.
For sure. Ubisoft's situation seems to highlight a larger issue where player feedback can shape the game experience. What do you think might improve their relationship with their audience?
Communication is key here. Ubisoft could enhance their engagement by hosting transparent forums, asking players directly what changes they want. This practice can lead to a more loyal fan base, although it's easier said than done, especially when it comes to changing perception.
As we explore this interaction between developers and players, there's also a growing dialogue about hardware challenges, like the ones encountered with new PC builds or console performance issues. How do these experiences affect overall player satisfaction and trust?
That's definitely a factor. Those technical difficulties can derail not only individual gaming experiences, but also the community's excitement. Are users able to adapt quickly, or do frustrations lead to shifts in loyalty?
That's a great point. Players are resilient, but repeated issues can erode trust, leading them to pursue alternatives. The burgeoning DIY culture in gaming, particularly regarding PC building and enhancing game performance, shows that players are eager to take matters into their own hands.
Speaking of taking matters into their own hands, there's also been a rise in DIY solutions for common problems, like creating custom cards for games like Tichu. How does this reflect on the gaming community's creative spirit?
It definitely showcases how players are looking for personalization and unique experiences. Does this movement towards DIY solutions signal a shift in how players want to engage with the games they love?
Precisely. This trend indicates a desire for deeper involvement in their gaming experiences, pushing developers to rethink how they can support player creativity in the long run.
As we wrap up this segment, let's keep our eyes on the horizon. What upcoming developments do you anticipate will further influence player engagement and the evolving landscape of gaming? Welcome back, gamers. Today, we have some intriguing news that's been circulating in the gaming world, and it feels like a great time to reconnect some dots. One topic I see sparking interest is the frustration many players feel about queue times overshadowing their actual play experience.
Queuing more than playing? That's such a bummer. What do you think developers can do to tackle this issue?
It's vital for developers to consider optimizing server loads and resources. Some might suggest integrating technologies like drone gameplay or implementing seamless matchmaking to keep players engaged.
Exactly. And speaking of drone gameplay, there's also been buzz around its potential in various genres. Could this lead to an avenue where games cater more to player preferences while reducing downtime?
That sounds promising. But do we see examples where drone gameplay has enhanced player experience? Are there upcoming titles exploring this concept?
Definitely. It's exciting to think about how titles could incorporate drone gameplay mechanics. Plus, the innovations we see might open doors for personalized gaming experiences, attracting even more players.
Adding to that, the conversation around microtransactions continues to grow. It's fascinating how some games will face backlash for this practice, while others seem to get a free pass. How does that impact our trust in developers?
Great point. I feel like expectations around these transactions could shape player loyalty dramatically. Can you share more about how specific games have managed these challenges and still thrived?
Games like Doom, for instance, have utilized innovative solutions to keep players engaged and minimize frustration. They focus on authentic gameplay experiences instead of leaning heavily on microtransactions.
On that note, there's also been chatter about anticipated titles that rely on strong narratives. Could franchises like Marvel Rivals channel player expectations while avoiding common pitfalls seen in previous titles?
Marvel Rivals sounds like it's riding the wave of excitement. How can they ensure they don't fall victim to the balance issues that plagued games like Overwatch?
By actively engaging with their community and gathering feedback during development, they can create a more balanced game that resonates with players' desires.
And finally, let's give a nod to the creativity bubbling in the community, from DIY game cards to fan fiction like Fortnite Horror. How important are these outlets for player expression and connection?
It feels like these DIY projects show a commitment to the art of gaming. Is it an indication that community-driven content might shape the future of gaming more than we realize?
Without a doubt, emphasizing collaboration with players will not only keep games relevant, but it opens pathways for ongoing storytelling, deepening emotional connections.
Well, it sounds like we have a lot to keep an eye on. Let's hear from the chat on what news they're most excited about right now. Welcome back, everyone. Today, we're diving into some exciting recent news that showcases the diversity of experiences in the gaming world. Did you hear about the vastly improved Toga Kiriko skin from My Hero Academia?
That sounds incredible. Was this a community-driven effort? It seems like players are really stepping up to enhance the games they love.
Absolutely. This improvement highlights a growing trend where players take the initiative to create better content. It also raises questions about how developers should engage with their audience when they see such talent emerging.
Right. And speaking of player engagement, there's the frustration over long queue times that's been plaguing many. What do you think developers could do to lessen those wait periods?
Queuing often overshadows gameplay. Are there any innovative approaches that developers might adopt to handle this issue?
One idea could be integrating quicker matchmaking algorithms that utilize player preferences, like those popular tags for party games. It's key players feel connected right from the start.
Interesting connection there. And let's not forget about the rise of DIY solutions in gaming, such as the custom cards for traditional games. How does this reflect on the larger gaming community and their creative spirit?
Customization seems to be the future. How do these DIY avenues help the community bond and engage with games on a deeper level?
These initiatives promote camaraderie among players. In fact, the more players interact through these creations, the stronger their investment in the gaming ecosystem becomes.
Speaking of investment, we've seen discussions about movie tie-in games too. Which ones do you think actually manage to excel?
That's a great thought. Historically, movie tie-ins can be hit or miss. Are there specific examples that truly delivered an engaging experience?
Titles like the Lord of the Rings games stand out. They beautifully expand on the source material, creating memorable experiences without feeling like mere extensions of the films.
It's fascinating how these themes interconnect: DIY creativity, player engagement, and historical tie-ins. Player desires keep evolving, and developers need to keep pace or risk losing fan loyalty. What's next for this ever-changing landscape?
With things moving so fast, what could the next big trend be in terms of player involvement in game design?
That's a compelling question. As the gaming landscape shifts, new technologies like drone gameplay may emerge, introducing a completely different layer of interaction and creativity.
That's definitely something to keep an eye on. So, what do you all think? Are we ready to embrace these next-level experiences, or do we still want to see improvements on current systems? The conversation continues. We're back, and today we're pulling in some thrilling recent news from the world of gaming. With a spotlight on both surprises and innovations, there's a lot to unpack. For starters, who here is hyped about the new free Metroidvania, Pluto Cave Mission Prologue?
That sounds intriguing. What makes this title stand out in the crowded landscape of 2D games on platforms like PS Plus?
Great question. With the rise of 2D games, especially those showcasing unique mechanics, the new Metroidvania could offer refreshing exploration elements that resonate with fans of the genre.
Speaking of 2D games, the community buzz around the best ones available on PS Plus is ever growing. Which titles do you think deserve more recognition?
I've heard a lot about Astrobot made players fall in love with gaming again. How critical is nostalgia in influencing game popularity, especially with titles like NHL 94 making a comeback?
Nostalgia plays a significant role in player engagement. With games like NHL 94, players are not just revisiting a game, they're reliving their cherished memories, which can reignite interest in the franchise as a whole.
Absolutely. The excitement over returning to classic titles shows a healthy blend of tradition and innovation. What about DIY projects like game cards for Tichu and the crew? How might they strengthen community connections?
That's a fascinating thought. But do these DIY initiatives represent a shift where players are taking charge of their gaming experiences in a way that's more personal and less dependent on developers?
Indeed. The sense of ownership through creating and modifying content fosters a more engaged and invested community. It's like creating a dialogue between players and developers, pushing both parties to elevate their game.
And while we're on the topic, the issue of queuing more than actually playing remains a hot topic. How can developers address this and ensure that players can immediately dive into the action instead?
It's frustrating. Are there any examples where game developers have successfully tackled this dilemma?
Certainly. Some games have incorporated quick match algorithms where player preferences are used to streamline the process. It helps reduce wait times and maximizes the fun.
There's also an interesting conversation surrounding microtransactions. How do players discern which games offer satisfactory value versus those that fall short?
That's a tricky balance. If developers can enhance our experiences and provide content that feels valuable, could that rebuild our trust?
Trust can be regained. Seeing transparency in pricing and meaningful updates keeps players returning. It'll be fascinating to see how future titles measure up against these experiences.
To wrap things up, let's turn to the chat. What do you think about the impact of community-driven projects and classic game revivals? Are they shaping the future of gaming? Welcome back, gamers. Today, we're diving straight into the latest buzz and news in the gaming world. Are you ready to unwrap some juicy insights that could redefine your gaming experiences?
I'm absolutely pumped. There's so much happening. I heard about zero RGB builds becoming complete, How does aesthetic orientation like this affect player immersion and their connection to games?
That's a great point. Aesthetic choices can enhance the overall gaming environment. Custom setups influence how players perceive and engage with their games, making commitment to a title feel more personal.
Speaking of personalization, let's talk about those DIY card projects, like for Tichu and the Crew. Does creating your own gaming materials give players a stronger sense of ownership over their experience?
That's fascinating. And what about the rise of free games like Pluto Cave Mission Prologue? Do you think free offerings will redefine how people approach gaming, especially in the context of queues and wait times?
Absolutely. Free-to-play models can lower barriers, leading to wider engagement. However, players may still face long wait times, as some might invest more energy in social aspects rather than gameplay. The balance is crucial.
Right. And with that, the community seems to be constantly pushing for better experiences. Moving on to the critical discussion of movie tie-in games, are there any recent examples that nailed the transition from screen to game?
That's such a tricky area. Wasn't there a development recently on the topic of success stories in the movie-game crossover? And do players perceive these matrices of creativity as opportunities or mere gimmicks?
Projects like Shadows of Mordor have shown that it's possible to create deep, engaging experiences from cinematic sources, proving that with the right development, movie tie-ins can thrive.
Absolutely. And circling back to community engagement, how do these inventive game systems, say like dual-layer mechanics, affect social play? Are they transforming party games into intricate experiences that require more team strategy?
Wow, that's intriguing. That leads to the question, how can developers optimize these mechanics to ensure they are accessible to new players without detracting from the depth for veteran gamers?
It's a balancing act, indeed. Engaging tutorials and integrated guidance will be key as we embrace more complex gameplay, ensuring newcomers feel welcomed while not losing the challenge that seasoned players crave.
Tons of food for thought there. So, what about custom game features? Could they lead to a revolution in how we experience multiplayer environments, especially with tools like custom skins evolving gameplay aesthetics?
Those custom skins you mentioned, especially the improvements like the Toga Kiriko MHA collaboration, really seem to show that players want aesthetics that resonate with their personalities. Do you think this will drive future game marketing?
Certainly. With visuals and customization taking center stage, we can expect developers to focus heavily on these aspects to elevate player investment in their games, propelling them into the future of gaming.
It's truly exciting times in the gaming landscape. But what's around the corner? How might emerging technologies such as drone gameplay alter our approaches and strategies in competitive gaming? Let's keep this conversation going. Welcome back, gamers. Today, we're shifting gears to discuss something that's buzzing in the gaming community right now: how recent trends in gaming tech and aesthetics are reshaping our experiences. Ready to dive in?
Absolutely. I've been hearing a lot about custom skins, particularly the hype around the improved Toga Kiriko MHA collab skin. How do these customizations enhance player satisfaction and drive community engagement?
Custom skins provide players with a sense of ownership over their gaming identity. The more unique and expressive these skins are, the more players feel that their experiences are tailored to their personalities, reducing the distance between the game and the player.
And speaking of personalized experiences, there's been chatter about DIY card projects for games like Tichu and the Crew. Do you think this trend is indicative of players wanting to take control of their gaming regions and experiences?
That's an interesting perspective. With players investing time into their DIY projects, do you think it fosters a stronger sense of community? Or could the push towards customization rely too heavily on developer support?
That's crucial. A collaborative dialogue must exist. Developers should encourage these DIY movements while ensuring that their platform accommodates such creativity. Over time, this could reshape how future games are built and played.
Let's not lose sight of the larger picture, with titles like Pluto, Cave Mission Prologue setting the stage for free gaming models. How does it feel to see this new wave, free games being received positively by the community?
It's refreshing. But with rising expectations, are free-to-play models really going to redefine how we engage with games? Could they face backlash over monetization schemes?
Only time will tell. However, one lingering question remains. Will developers master the balance between providing value and managing player expectations? This could shape industry trust moving forward.
That's definitely a topic for the ages. Also, with discussions around monitor issues like detecting HDMI connections, could technical challenges become barriers to gaming enjoyment? How does the tech side impact overall gaming experiences?
I wonder, with so many gamers building their PC setups, are these tech issues holding back newcomers? How can the community support those less technically inclined?
Community support is indeed invaluable. Platforms that provide easily digestible guides on troubleshooting could promote inclusivity, ensuring that no one is left behind. But it all boils down to how adaptable we can be in this ever-evolving industry.
Intriguing points from all sides. What do you think, community? Are there themes we may have missed that impact our gaming experience today? Share your ideas below. Welcome back, gaming enthusiasts. Today, we aim to uncover the fascinating connection between recent tech glitches, customization trends, and the revival of classic gaming experiences.
That's a whirlwind of topics. I mean, the issue of players facing a BSOD error or monitor connection problems. How do these technical difficulties impact motivation and players' willingness to engage further in games?
That's a critical concern. When technical hiccups disrupt the experience, it can indeed lead to frustration. Players might spend more time troubleshooting than actually enjoying the gameplay, which can severely dampen enthusiasm for new titles.
Absolutely. And what about the recent trend of players sharing PC upgrade suggestions and DIY builds? Does that hint at a deeper yearning for personalizing gaming experiences, akin to the custom skins players are excited about?
Custom skins and DIY card projects like those for Tichu seem to show an increasing desire for personal investment in games. What do you think? Does this shift ultimately foster tighter community bonds, or could it put unnecessary pressure on developers?
Excellent point. While players seeking personalized experiences enhances ownership, developers need to balance that with guiding new gamers. Emerging tech and customization trends should ideally encourage collaboration rather than competition.
Speaking of personalized experiences, how about the recent hype around skins like the Toga Kiriko MHA collaboration? With players clamoring for unique aesthetics, do you think it leads to more immersive gaming, or is it merely a passing trend?
That's so intriguing. And when we talk about players reminiscing about classic titles like NHL 94, could there be potential for new creative directions that blend nostalgia with present-day tech advancements?
Absolutely. There's a significant opportunity here. If developers can tap into that nostalgia while leveraging new gameplay mechanics and aesthetics, we might just see a resurgence of beloved classics reinvented for today's audience.
And what about the rampant discussion on accessibility in gaming? How crucial do you think it'll be for developers to address various tech issues, as highlighted in the community, when crafting their next titles?
It seems like every step forward in gaming needs to be met with a tech companion overhaul. Can we expect developers to place an increased focus on ensuring that even the most novice players can enter this gaming realm without hurdles?
It's already starting. Companies are becoming more aware that a smooth entry point can lead to sustained player retention. Also, with the upcoming seasons in gaming, we might see an intensification in community-driven solutions popping up to tackle these problems, an ecosystem managing itself.
Now that's an exciting note to end on. We have so much to look forward to. Let's keep the chat rolling. What's everyone excited about? Any creative projects or recent gaming moments you'd like to share with us? Welcome back, gaming enthusiasts. Today we're diving into the intersection of gaming hardware innovations and the thrill of personal customization. Buckle up as we uncover how the latest tech news connects to our gaming experiences.
That sounds exciting. I recently saw a lot of buzz around the DualSense Edge 30th mod. How does this kind of hardware drive player satisfaction and community engagement?
The DualSense Edge 30th mod is more than just a hardware upgrade. It represents a significant evolution in how gamers connect with their consoles. Custom controllers can deeply enhance the sense of ownership and satisfaction gamers feel, leading to greater investment in the overall gaming experience.
Absolutely. And speaking of investments, there's chatter about DIY card projects for games like Tichu and The Crew. How do these initiatives reflect a broader trend towards community-driven content creation and personalization?
I can see how those card projects could foster a real connection among players. But what about the challenges? I heard someone mention tech issues like the DPC watchdog violation BSOD error recently. How do such problems impact our engagement with community projects or even gaming in general?
Technical glitches are a double-edged sword. While they can be frustrating, they also present an opportunity for the community to rally together, sharing solutions and enhancing their collective knowledge. This camaraderie can strengthen bonds among players as they tackle shared challenges.
A great point. And with custom skins and controller mods like the improved Toga Kiriko MHA collab, is it fair to say that customization is reshaping our expectations for gaming aesthetics? How vital do you think these personalized touches are going forward?
It seems critical. Would you agree that it also opens the door for developers to experiment with free-to-play models like Pluto Cave Mission Prologue? Could enhanced personalization give players more reasons to invest their time and money in such models?
Definitely. Personalized experiences can make free-to-play titles more compelling as players feel their choice and voice matter. The key challenge lies in striking a balance between monetization and maintaining a strong player community.
Such interesting insights. And amid all this, there's an important conversation around players' expectations, like fixing monitor connectivity issues or addressing falling friend lists. Do you think tech issues can lead to a sense of disconnect from the gaming community?
That's such a thought-provoking question. And with so many gamers just getting started with DIY projects and even building their PCs from scratch, could technical setbacks discourage newcomers?
It's very possible. Yet the resiliency of the gaming community often shines through. Experienced players sharing knowledge can transform obstacles into learning opportunities, increasing inclusivity as more individuals step into gaming.
An invigorating discussion. How do you all feel about the current landscape of gaming hardware innovations in relation to community-driven projects? What other hardware feedback do you think could play a role in shaping future collaborations? Welcome back, gaming aficionados. Today, we're venturing into the realm of hardware-related headaches and the pulses of community-driven fixes. A recent wave of discussions highlights everything from the mysterious heat of the 7950i 3D to outdated thermal paste on coolers. How do we navigate this maze of tech troubles?
Wow, that's a lot going on. What are some common tech issues that players face with their setups? I mean, I've heard people struggling with BIOS updates and overheating concerns, especially with PS5s.
All of these issues can considerably affect player experience. Overheating components can lead to performance dips or even hardware damage. As for BIOS updates, timing and necessity vary. Keeping it updated might provide key fixes and optimizations, but users need to ensure compatibility.
Great points. Now let's tie this back to the community aspect. We see players sharing DIY solutions for problems like the DPC watchdog violation BSOD error or issues like monitor detection failures. Could this knowledge sharing become a core aspect of community culture in gaming?
Absolutely. I love the idea of community members helping each other out with such frustrating tech problems. But I'm curious, are there particular examples of DIY projects that have gained traction recently? Perhaps something like the DualSense Edge 30th mod?
Yes, that mod is a great example. It provides players a chance to customize their controllers, elevating both usability and engagement. And with community-driven card projects like those for Terraforming Mars, we're seeing a push for deeper personal investment in gaming experiences.
Speaking of personal investment, we can't ignore the growing popularity of PC builds. Players assembling their rigs and sharing setups reveals an increasing interest in tailoring their gaming environments. How does this individuality affect gameplay experiences?
That sounds so empowering. Which growing DIY projects or specific recommendations would you suggest for those new to building PCs? I've seen a lot of people posting their experiences online.
Focusing on user-friendly components is key. Readily available information on popular parts often leads to more successful builds. Furthermore, forums that address everything from PC upgrades to troubleshooting are essential for guiding newcomers through any hiccup they encounter.
Fantastic insights. And while we're talking about builds and upgrades, I've noticed a lot of chatter around managed connections, like the mysterious case of disappearing friend list options. Do hiccups like these affect long-term engagement with these games?
It's definitely disheartening. Losing access to friends can turn a social experience into a lonely endeavor. Wouldn't you agree? What strategies can developers implement to help mitigate these issues and maintain that all-important player connection?
Developers must prioritize stability and community features while considering upgrades. They can further enrich experiences by closely monitoring common issues and harnessing feedback to create smoother solutions.
As we continue this spirited discussion, what innovative ideas could arise from all this community engagement surrounding tech issues? Could we see new platforms emerge to facilitate these tech conversations among gamers? Let's hear your thoughts. Welcome back to our stream, gaming enthusiasts. Today, we dive into the intricate world of scalping, hardware trends, and personalization in gaming. Have you ever faced a frustrating tech issue or even encountered scalpers in the wild? Let's explore how these elements influence our gaming experiences.
That's a wild start. I've seen discussions about scalping, especially with hot new releases like the PS5. What's the community's take on that? Is it harming the accessibility of gaming to newcomers?
Scalping certainly complicates access to hardware. As limited stock and high demand create an intense market, it impacts all gamers, especially those just starting. This dynamic could push people towards building their own PCs or opting for used equipment instead.
Interesting point. Speaking of building PCs, there's quite a conversation around DIY projects. What should newcomers consider when selecting components like SSDs or coolers for their first builds?
I've noticed a lot of excitement around first builds. But what about those hiccup moments, like when my friend's build didn't turn on? What should they check?
A common issue might stem from the PSU connections or ensuring all components are seated correctly. Guides and community forums often provide essential tips and immediate solutions for these frustrating scenarios.
Good insights. And with constant advancements like the DualSense Edge and the 7800X3D, how do these innovations elevate the gaming experience? Are gamers more inclined to embrace these upgrades to stay ahead?
Definitely. But it raises the question, are these new technologies actually game-changing, or do they just add to the overwhelming array of choices?
While they might seem overwhelming, innovations reflect the evolving expectations of gamers. As customization grows, blending styles and personal preferences in gameplay could significantly shift overall engagement.
Now that's a fascinating perspective. And with issues like BIOS updates and overheating, how do these technical challenges impact a player's involvement in gaming communities?
It seems like a cycle where one issue leads to another. For example, tech breakdowns can propel players into community forums for help. Can these interactions help reinforce community bonds?
Without doubt, when players come together to solve common problems, it cultivates a sense of belonging and shared experiences. This teamwork often transforms challenges into opportunities for deeper engagement.
Such enlightening ideas, and with the plethora of game content flooding platforms like PS Plus, does this overwhelming availability create a sense of choice paralysis for gamers?
That sounds relatable. When the options are endless, like with customizable skins or new game modes, how can players decide what best suits their interests?
It can be daunting indeed. However, community feedback and recommendations are invaluable tools in navigating these choices. Players can tap into social networks for tips, making the gaming journey more enjoyable.
Let's continue this dynamic discussion, folks. What are some pressing hardware-related dilemmas you faced recently, and how do you think the gaming community can address these frustrations? Welcome back to LeetOne, everybody. Today, we're shifting gears and diving headfirst into some of the most hotly discussed topics in gaming today. From Nintendo's fascinating strategies with Palworld to unexpected hardware problems that gamers face daily.
Wow, that sounds intriguing. Can we start with the Nintendo versus Palworld scenario? I've heard that there are quite a few consequences bubbling beneath the surface. What's the story here?
Certainly a fascinating tale indeed. Nintendo's protective stance on its intellectual property poses challenges for aspiring developers like those behind Palworld. This raises essential questions about copyright, innovation, and how it shapes the gaming landscape.
Exactly. It's a delicate dance. As players, we love creativity, yet we can't help but wonder, do strict measures stifle the innovation that gaming is built upon? What's your take on how this dynamic could evolve, especially with the upcoming DualSense Edge 30th mod?
That's a great point. Speaking of innovation, how does a glitch like the Demolisher pickaxe impact a game's community? Does it lead to laughter, frustration, or something else entirely?
Glitches can definitely create a mixed bag of reactions. While some relish in a good laugh, others might feel discontented, which could result in drops in engagement. It's interesting to consider how these moments influence gamers' trust in technical stability.
Absolutely. Now, shifting to hardware issues, gamers are really facing it all, from overheating concerns with the 7950 X3D to those pesky monitor detection errors. How can communities rally together to share solutions effectively?
Oh man, technical issues can be a nightmare. Are there any platforms or resources that facilitate these urgent discussions for gamers in need?
Community forums and social media are gold mines for technical support. The shared knowledge creates an environment where users can solve their problems collectively. Plus, it cultivates connections, alleviating the psychological aspect of tackling tech failures.
Spot on. Now, while we're on the subject, the topic of scalping also comes into play. How do you think sentiments are evolving as more gamers find themselves encountering scalpers while hunting for new hardware?
That's troubling. Are there ways for the community to combat these scalping frustrations directly? Perhaps new initiatives or awareness campaigns could help?
Raising awareness is crucial. Community-driven campaigns can empower gamers to voice their experiences and push for gaming companies to adopt measures to ensure fair practices.
Absolutely. This sense of solidarity could indeed foster a stronger gaming community. And what about the impact of long wait times for games? How do those delays influence our gaming experiences and interactions online?
Long wait times can be so disheartening. Do they engender deeper conversations among players about what we truly seek in gameplay experiences?
Certainly. Delayed releases might trigger engaging debates on game mechanics and desired features among community members, eventually leading to an even richer gaming landscape once the games arrive.
Such a multifaceted conversation, folks. Who knew gaming could weave so many intricate threads together? Keep those chat comments flowing. We're eager for your thoughts on these resonating themes. Welcome back to LeetOne, everyone. Today, we're diving into some of the hottest topics that have captured the gaming community's attention, such as horror games, customization choices, and the ever-evolving landscape of consoles.
I've seen a lot of chatter about the hardest horror games players refuse to touch it again. What do you think makes a horror game truly frightening?
The psychological aspects often play a significant role. Factors like atmosphere, intense storytelling, and AI unpredictability can create an unforgettable experience. Games like Soma have certainly left their mark this way.
Absolutely. And switching gears, the discussion surrounding Nintendo versus Palworld raises significant implications for creative freedom in gaming. How can such cases impact future game developers' trust in the industry?
That's a great point. Are upcoming developers likely to shy away from innovative concepts due to fears of IP issues? How does that relate to players' expectations for unique gameplay experiences?
There's a delicate balance. While some may indeed hesitate, others could view these challenges as opportunities to innovate within legal frameworks, encouraging creativity amid constraints.
Speaking of innovation, let's touch on hardware challenges. With reports of overheating issues on computers, like the infamous 7950 X3D, how does this affect players eager to push their systems to the limit?
It definitely seems intimidating. Could these concerns influence players to hold off on hardware upgrades?
Potentially. Gamers might adapt by seeking community-driven solutions or DIY fixes. A grassroots movement within the community could emerge to tackle such problems collectively.
And what about the recent surge in customizable skins and unique combinations? Do these design choices ever lead to buyer's remorse? or are players generally satisfied with their purchases?
That's an interesting perspective. I wonder how the community can help each other in making these decisions. Is there a platform where players can share their thoughts on skin combinations before purchasing?
Absolutely, community forums are invaluable. They foster discussion on aesthetics and personalizing gameplay experiences, enabling players to feel more connected to their choices.
Fantastic insights. Before we wrap up, I'd like to know, with the new PS5 Slim on the market, do you believe the changes will influence players' buying decisions?
That's a big question. Are the advancements appealing enough to draw existing PS5 owners into upgrading, or will the new features fail to significantly sway them?
The answer might lie in each player's individualized experience. Factors like performance, design, and tactile feedback, such as the DualSense Edge, will certainly play crucial roles in their decisions.
Well, speaking of tactile feedback and performance, that's a topic worth exploring. How do innovations in controller designs affect players' immersion in gaming? Stay tuned for more insightful discussions as we continue our exploration here at LeetOne. Welcome back to LeetOne, everyone. Today, we have a rich tapestry of new topics to weave together, starting with the intersection of customization and community in games like Fortnite, and how these elements resonate with recent discussions.
Customization sounds fascinating. Does the desire for unique skins, like those being pitched for TMNT and Fortnite, reflect a deeper need for expression among players?
Absolutely. Such requests highlight community passion. As players push for new skins, they're not just seeking aesthetics. They want to reinforce their identities within the gaming world. This is also indicative of their connection to the franchises involved.
Speaking of connections, in light of the Nintendo versus Palworld debate, how does the perception of creative ownership impact player trust in new offerings from developers and franchises?
That's a huge issue. If community feels like their voices matter, can that drive developers to take risks creatively, like incorporating fan-favorite skins or features into their games?
Very much so. Developers are increasingly aware of their audiences. The success of certain titles often pivots on recognizing community desires, be it for skins or gameplay features, while also guarding their intellectual properties.
On that note, how do technical issues, such as the infamous overheating with the 7950X3D, or glitches like the Demolisher pickaxe, influence player engagement? Do they bring players together in frustration or innovation?
Glitches can be a double-edged sword. Some players might find humor in these moments, while others could feel betrayed. Are there stories where a community completely rallied around fixing these issues together?
Definitely. Instances like these lead to grassroots community interventions. For example, when players come together to troubleshoot problems, it can foster camaraderie while enhancing the overall gaming experience.
Now that we've touched on the technical side, let's pivot to player behavior in competitive settings. What's your take on how scalping and accessibility issues create divisions within the community?
Scalping is infuriating. If players feel excluded from enjoying new hardware or skins, could it lead to a backlash against the companies involved?
It can and has led to movements pushing for better accessibility or support. If players unite against scalpers, the industry may have to reconsider their selling strategies to maintain a loyal player base.
And while we're contemplating the industry's direction, what innovative solutions do you believe can emerge from these ongoing challenges? Would game companies ever consider community feedback platforms for direct input?
That would be groundbreaking. Could we ever see a future where developers host direct Q&A sessions with players about proposed features or skins?
It's a distinct possibility. Engaging directly with consumers could unify the gaming community while building trust. It's a win-win for both developers and players.
Welcome back, LeetOne viewers. Today's discussion promises to be intriguing as we uncover various threads connecting the diverse topics raised in recent gaming news.
I'm genuinely curious. How do issues like players leaving squads in Fortnite impact community dynamics and gameplay? Could this be a symptom of larger problems in player engagement?
Absolutely. It's a reflection of player frustration with matchmaking systems and connectivity issues. When players feel disconnected, whether with their teammates or the game itself, it can lead to a diminished sense of community.
And with reports of PS4 controllers disconnecting when the Wi-Fi drops, it's no wonder frustrations are mounting. How do these technical glitches distance players from the experience?
It sounds so disruptive. If players feel disconnected due to these technicalities, how might they be less inclined to invest time and effort into gameplay?
Such issues might not just cause players to step back temporarily, but also influence their decisions on future hardware or software purchases. An unreliable experience can lead to skepticism about new products.
Speaking of skepticism, let's turn our attention to the discussion surrounding Nintendo versus Palworld. Could controversies like these shape the future of player trust and expectations for game developers?
That's brilliant. If trust is at stake, do developers need to be more transparent about their creative processes and the use of IPs?
Indeed, transparency can foster trust. Players increasingly desire insight into the development process, especially with hot topics like skin customization, like the recent TMNT skins in Fortnite, leading to broader discussions on player expression.
It's fascinating how community attachments to skins reflect their identities in the gaming world. How might the desire for unique combinations affect player loyalty to franchises?
That's a great point. Unique skins can act as a badge of honor among players. Could the absence of such choices lead to a drop in fan engagement?
Definitely. If players don't feel represented or unable to express themselves, they may seek alternatives, which can lead to a ripple effect in community dynamics and game longevity.
Lastly, let's not forget the emotional roller coaster associated with horror games. For instance, which horror titles do players deem too terrifying to tackle again? How does this fear factor influence community discussions?
It creates a unique bond, doesn't it? Sharing those terrifying experiences can evoke nostalgia and camaraderie, even as players deliver their tales of fear.
Yes, discussing shared fears can strengthen community ties. It heightens engagement as players look for shared resolutions or seek recommendations for more palatable experiences.
As we wrap up this section, it's clear that technical challenges, player preferences, and creative freedom intertwine significantly in gaming. So what might come next? Stay tuned for more enriching dialogues here at LeetOne. Welcome back to LeetOne. We have some fresh news and topics bubbling up, so let's get started with the buzzing discussions in the community that could reshape gaming dynamics.
Absolutely. I've seen problems with low ping and players disconnecting. Could these issues create a ripple effect discouraging players from engaging in competitive gaming formats?
Indeed, connectivity issues like that can lead to frustration and disengagement. When players experience consistent disconnections or lag, it changes their perception of the entire gaming experience, leading them to question their investment in certain titles.
Exactly. Speaking of perceptions, let's touch on the ongoing excitement around Fortnite's requests for TMNT skins. How does the community's desire for crossovers impact developers' approaches to new content?
That's interesting. If a game like Fortnite can nail skin collaborations, does that mean there's a chance we'll see more franchises engage with fan feedback for future features?
Absolutely. Listening to community feedback not only strengthens relationships with players, but also opens up avenues for innovative collaborations that resonate deeper than mere aesthetics. This could be crucial in keeping the gaming ecosystem vibrant and engaging.
That's a great insight. Transitioning from skins to hardware, there seems to be a surge in discussions about improving setups, especially regarding PCs and new builds. How do equipment upgrades correlate with gaming success?
Many players seem to thrive on that upgrade culture. Are there particular hardware enhancements that could disproportionately impact competitive play, like SSDs or graphics cards?
Definitely. Upgrades like a good GPU or faster SSD can drastically reduce load times and enhance overall performance, which can be a game changer in competitive scenarios. Players want every possible edge. Even minor improvements can lead to better performance satisfaction.
And with players discussing issues like overheating in builds, what preventative measures could gamers take to maintain optimal performance? And how does this tie back to their overall gaming experience?
That's vital. If technical glitches discourage players, could they resort to spending money on hardware over games, believing it's essential for better performance?
That's a common trend. When players perceive their experience as hindered by their setup, they might prioritize upgrades over purchasing new games. This shift emphasizes the role of hardware in decisions made by dedicated players.
As we wrap this segment, let's tie it all together. How do community discussions surrounding technical issues, like the infamous PS4 controller disconnects, inform future developments in both hardware and software?
I'm curious. Could these shared experiences not just shape community preferences, but also motivate developers to prioritize reliability in future iterations of games and hardware?
Absolutely. Developers are increasingly realizing how essential community sentiment is when it comes to shaping not just gameplay, but the technology powering that experience. Listening and responding to concerns can pave the way for a more dedicated and trusting player base.
Stay tuned as we navigate through more engaging topics in gaming, and let's see where this lively discussion leads us next in the incredible world of LeetOne. Welcome back to LeetOne, where gaming dynamics pulse with excitement. Today, we're diving into the impact of hardware and performance on popular games like Fortnite, and how these elements shape player experiences in unexpected ways.
Oh, wow, that's intriguing. I've heard a lot of talk about Fortnite's performance mode lately. Does adding 3D cache actually improve performance?
That's a great question. The addition of more 3D cache can indeed improve performance in memory-intensive applications and games. While players may not see drastic changes during casual play, competitive players could certainly benefit from enhanced frame rates and responsiveness.
And speaking of performance, let's touch on the concerns about lag and connectivity. We've noticed players expressing frustrations about poor Wi-Fi affecting their gameplay. Are these issues something players can manage, or do they rely more on hardware?
That makes sense. But what if someone's still experiencing issues, like my friend who wants to know why their Wi-Fi keeps dropping? Is it a tech fault, or could it be game-related?
It can often be a combination of both. A stable Wi-Fi connection is crucial for online games, and low ping is always essential for competitive play. Players should also check their local environment. Sometimes, setting up a better router or going for a wired connection can yield significant improvements.
Yes, and it seems there's an emerging trend with performance upgrades too, especially around building new PCs or enhancing setups. Can you share how components like SSDs impact loading times, particularly for games like Fortnite?
Absolutely. Upgrading to a faster SSD can drastically decrease loading times and improve the overall gaming experience, allowing players to quickly jump back into action.
Right, and I've heard whispers about the PlayStation Portal too. Could that open new avenues for portability and performance across multiple titles?
Definitely. The PlayStation Portal can enrich gaming experiences, especially with its potential for quality gameplay on the go. It might also influence community sentiment around performance expectations for handheld gaming.
And let's not forget about skin customization, which ties back to community-driven content. Players are passionate about skins. I've seen recent discussions surrounding TMNT skins in Fortnite. How could that affect sentiments around new releases?
It sounds like the waves from such customizations could ripple into future game developments too. Would that mean developers need to become more attuned to community feedback when considering crossovers?
Exactly. The continuous dialogue between players and developers will undoubtedly shape the landscape of future content. But which franchises do you think are ripe for crossover next, given the current trends?
There's definitely room for greatness. Many players are eager for nostalgic franchises to resurface. Just look at the passion around classic games. It could drive collaborations beyond our expectations.
Wow, I'm excited about where this could go. So with everything from hardware upgrades to community-driven content, what's next on the horizon for gaming?
We'll be right here to uncover every twist and turn as we explore the future of gaming. Stay tuned for your thoughts on what's captivating you the most. Welcome back, LeetOne viewers. Today's spotlight is on some electrifying gaming news that connects the dots between hardware, community engagement, and gameplay experiences. Get ready for a roller coaster of insights.
That sounds amazing. I noticed discussions about save data copying on PS5 and the PlayStation Portal. How could these features enhance player experience, especially for those switching accounts?
Great observation. The ability to copy saved data simplifies transitioning between accounts and encourages multiplayer collaboration. This aligns well with the emphasis on community, as players can easily share experiences across different setups.
Absolutely. Plus, with the rise of performance mode discussions in Fortnite, how do upgrades in hardware, like a good SSD, affect how players engage with these new features?
It's intriguing to consider. Could enhanced loading speeds and better performance open up more dynamic gameplay options, especially for competitive modes like trios and duos?
Definitely. Gamers can capitalize on minimal lag, which is crucial in fast-paced titles. Performance impacts not just the individual player, it influences team strategies and enhances the overall competitive experience.
Speaking of team dynamics, user frustrations around squad leaving during spawn islands have been widely discussed. How can developers address these sentiments to improve community engagement?
Wow, that's significant. Would implementing a system for players to request a team or feature more stats tracking encourage better retention and communication?
That could be a game changer. Developers could create structured ways to link players with like-minded individuals, fostering community connections and enhancing the co-op experience.
Now, as we look beyond Fortnite, what role do you think upcoming titles or platforms like Palworld and their competition against Nintendo will play in shaping future gaming communities?
That's a thought-provoking angle. With so many options out there, could we see a rise in crossover events or shared universes, capitalizing on fans' nostalgia and competitive nature?
Absolutely. The more developers lean into collaborative opportunities, the richer gaming experiences will become. It's all about strengthening community ties while pushing gaming boundaries.
We've touched on so many facets today. As we wrap this segment, keep those questions coming. What's on your minds? And how do you see these trends affecting your gaming experiences? Don't miss out. Let's keep this discussion rolling. Welcome back to LeetOne, gaming enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a captivating array of gaming news, from glitchy shops to performance modes and everything in between. Get ready for an exciting ride through the latest trends and issues that affect our gaming experiences.
Ooh, I can feel the excitement. What's the story behind the Fortnite comics and those captivating codes? It sounds like a fun way to engage players.
The Fortnite comics are an innovative bridge between traditional media and gaming. They entice players by offering in-game rewards through engagement with storylines, a perfect blend of storytelling and interactive rewards that can boost retention and interest.
Exactly. Now, shifting gears a bit, there seems to be chatter about issues with split screen and player 2 functionalities. How significant is that for team-based games, especially in a world where co-op is thriving?
Oh, that's big. I've heard frustrations from players who want to enjoy gaming sessions with friends or family, but these issues can ruin the experience. What are developers doing to resolve that?
Developers are increasingly aware that split-screen capabilities play a crucial role in social gaming. Updates and patches are focusing on enhancing functionality, which could restore that joy of sitting side by side during those nail-biting matches.
And speaking of glitches, what can be said about the Incredibles shop glitch? It sounds like a real headache. Is it reflective of wider issues in game stability today?
It definitely raises concerns about quality control. How do developers manage these kinds of glitches without compromising gameplay?
Quality assurance is vital, but launch deadlines often pressure studios. This trade-off can lead to issues like glitches, which, if left unaddressed, might negatively affect community sentiment and player experience over time.
Great insights. Now let's shift to hardware, like PC upgrades and how they influence gameplay. With many players curious about their PC's worth, what should they consider when upgrading, especially for performance-centric games?
Right. If players want to boost performance in games, especially competitive ones, what components should they prioritize for maximum impact?
Focusing on components like SSDs or GPUs can significantly enhance load times and graphical performance. These upgrades directly affect gameplay, allowing for smoother experiences that are critical in competitive environments.
And while we're on the topic of upgrades, let's address the curiosity surrounding the PlayStation Portal. How could it redefine portability in gaming, and what could players expect from its launch?
Oh, I can't contain my excitement about that. Could this finally be the device that merges handheld play with performance?
Definitely. The PlayStation Portal is built to deliver high-quality gameplay on the go, potentially leading to a new paradigm in how players engage with their favorite titles.
Amazing. We've touched on so much today, from glitches to hardware enhancements. But let's keep the conversation flowing. What trending collaborations are players buzzing about? Any cool skins or crossovers on your radar?
Oh, TMNT skins in Fortnite would be legendary. How do you think such collaborations can resonate within the gaming community?
Collaborations like that capitalize on nostalgia while bringing freshness to gameplay. It's a seamless way to engage dedicated fan bases across different franchises, and players are already excited to see how these crossovers could enhance their gaming experience.
We've got so much to unpack. What do you think, LeetOne viewers? What's your take? Let's keep the chat alive with more thoughts and comments. Welcome back to another electrifying segment of LeetOne. Today, we're diving right into the buzzing conversations around recent game developments and community issues that are on everyone's minds. Let's kick things off with Alan Wake 2. Are you all as blown away by its visuals as we are?
Absolutely. It seems like a whole new level of immersion. But with titles like this pushing boundaries, how does that impact players' expectations for future games?
That's an excellent point. High-quality visuals breed higher expectations, leading players to seek out experiences that blend breathtaking graphics with engaging gameplay, while also considering performance factors.
And speaking of performance, many players are curious about upgrading their systems, like the recent hype around new SSDs. How do these upgrades affect not just gameplay, but also the overall gaming experience?
Right? A solid upgrade can make a massive difference. But what about those who are considering a new build? What tips do you have for players entering the PC gaming scene for the first time?
For newcomers, understanding compatibility between components is key. Elemental upgrades like a GPU or CPU can take your performance up a notch, but also prioritize future-proofing your build, one piece at a time.
That's certainly a game-changing strategy. Let's switch gears for a moment. With concerns about split-screen functionality and players leaving squads during gameplay, how significant is it for maintaining the multiplayer experience?
Very. Frustrations around split-screen issues can really disrupt the fun, especially when teamwork is essential. Are developers actively working on solutions to enhance this aspect of gaming?
Developers are recognizing this, and updates are becoming more focused on refining multiplayer experiences, like addressing the Player 2 functionalities that really bring friends together for local co-op enjoyment.
And while we're on the topic of collaboration, how do players feel about the rise of comic crossovers in games like Fortnite? Are they more than just a marketing gimmick, or do they create real engagement?
I feel they do engage players differently. But how do these comic tie-ins compare with standard game narratives? Do you think players are paying more attention now thanks to these added layers?
Definitely. They offer fresh narratives that expand the lore beyond the game, keeping players invested and encouraging them to explore further, while in-game rewards add an incentive to engage in those stories.
We're all about those engaging narratives. So as we navigate through all these trends, what would you say is the most exciting development on the horizon for our gaming future?
Oh, I can't wait to hear what's next. Are we looking at more cross-media storytelling, or perhaps some new disruptive technology that'll shake things up?
Keep an eye on developments within cloud gaming and performance optimization, as these will play crucial roles in shaping how we experience games. What's coming could be a real game changer.
That's a tantalizing hint at what's coming. Keep those thoughts flowing, LeetOne viewers. Feel free to add your perspectives as we explore all angles of these captivating topics. We're back to unravel some more thrilling gaming conversations. Today, we're shifting gears to explore recent gaming trends that are making waves, from new game aesthetics to latest hardware options.
Oh, I'm curious. With all the buzz around Alan Wake 2's visuals, how does this influence what players expect from other games?
The landscape of gaming graphics is evolving rapidly, and players are naturally drawn to visually stunning experiences. It's become a significant expectation for new titles, pushing developers to elevate their art styles.
Absolutely. And speaking of upgrades, there's been chatter about the Adata XPG Gamix S70 Blade being the worst SSD ever. What's been fueling that conversation among the community?
That's a bold statement. What are players experiencing with that SSD that's leading them to warn others? Any specific performance issues?
The key issue being raised is around reliability. Players are noticing inconsistent performance, which can lead to frustrating gameplay experiences. Investing in reliable components is crucial for a smooth gaming environment.
And let's not overlook the new PlayStation Portal. With the vast potential for portability, how do you think it'll reshape on-the-go gaming compared to traditional consoles?
That's super exciting. Could that open the door for more players to engage with high-quality games outside of home setups?
Definitely. The promise of high-quality handheld gaming can enhance the gaming experience, especially for those who value accessibility and want to immerse themselves wherever they are.
And circling back to player communities, the issues shared about people leaving squads as they spawn can really impact game engagement, a problem that's a lot more common than we think. What should developers consider to improve this?
That's a great point. What kind of solutions can they implement to keep players together for those crucial moments in games like Fortnite?
Communication features and optimized matchmaking can greatly reduce player drop-off, encouraging squad cohesion. The more developers understand player behaviors, the better they can enhance that sense of community.
Wrapping it up, there are so many layers to explore in the world of gaming. Let's keep the discussions alive. What's been on your minds, LeetOne viewers? Your thoughts are what fuels this conversation. Let's dive into some fresh perspectives today. With Alan Wake 2 capturing everyone's attention with its stunning visuals, what other game aesthetics are setting new standards that we should keep an eye on?
Absolutely. But what does it take for a game to achieve that level of detail and visual engagement? Is it just about the graphics, or are there other elements at play too?
Great question. It's a combination of advanced rendering techniques, artistic direction, and how these elements work together to create an immersive environment. Games like Alan Wake 2 really exemplify this harmony.
And speaking of harmony, let's touch on the recent discussions surrounding SSDs in gaming. Is the hype around high-performance SSDs justified in enhancing graphics and gameplay experience, particularly in visually driven games?
I see. So when players are researching SSDs, they're not just looking for speed. They want reliability too, right? How do we guide newcomers in making these choices effectively?
Exactly. Newcomers should prioritize compatibility and future-proofing while considering their budget. A well-optimized SSD can significantly decrease load times, allowing games to shine without frustrating delays.
Transitioning from hardware performance back to game aesthetics, let's explore how games are using crossovers, like Fortnite's comics, to engage players beyond just in-game interactions. Are these efforts genuine community builders, or merely marketing tactics?
That's intriguing. If they're effective at building community, what examples stand out? Are there games that successfully integrate comics or other media that enhance the gaming experience?
Absolutely. Games that create rich, interconnecting narratives across different platforms often retain player interest longer. Fortnite's comic tie-ins, for example, offer lore that can transform how players view their in-game actions.
Now shifting gears, technical challenges like split-screen issues are surfacing again. With the chat buzzing about players leaving squads mid-game, what solutions should developers be focused on to tackle this common frustration?
Right? It seems frustrating when you're trying to enjoy multiplayer, and those technical hiccups ruin the experience. Are there specific enhancements developers are considering to minimize these interruptions?
Developers are definitely recognizing the importance of seamless multiplayer experiences. Innovations that prioritize stability and work as a cohesive team can help drastically reduce player dropout rates during crucial moments.
Fantastic insights, everyone. So as we wrap this segment, take note, from aesthetics to SSD choices and resolving technical challenges, the gaming landscape is continuously evolving. What does it mean for players looking to step up their game?
I can't wait to see where these insights take us. With so much happening in the gaming world, it feels like there's never been a more exciting time to be part of this community.
Let's jump into some interesting connections between gaming hardware and player experiences. Recently, there's been chatter about various technical issues gamers face, from PSU click sounds to motherboard glitches when starting up. How do these hardware problems affect player engagement overall?
That's fascinating. So when a player encounters a click sound from the PSU, how does that typically impact their mood or desire to play? Does it create anxiety before even jumping into a game?
Precisely. Those technical issues can lead to frustration, making players hesitant to invest time in their gaming sessions. This is where community-driven knowledge becomes crucial, as players seek solutions together.
Speaking of community support, let's shift gears to discuss the recent rise in interest around custom builds. We've seen gamers sharing their personal build stories. What unique perspectives can we find in this growing trend?
Oh, custom builds seem so rewarding, but for someone just starting, like the person thinking, is it okay? That's a big step. What advice should we offer to newcomers to help them feel more confident?
A great starting point is emphasizing quality components that offer reliability. In this regard, players should scrutinize reviews, like the recent discussions around the Adata XPG Gamix S70 blade being labeled as the worst. Why do these narratives persist in the community?
And don't forget the impact of social media. News travels fast, and experiences shared among players can create a ripple effect, influencing purchasing decisions and brand reputations drastically.
I love how you linked that. Now, let's pivot a bit. What about game aesthetics? With games like Alan Wake 2 receiving praise for their visuals, how do these graphics influence player expectations for custom builds?
Great question. As graphics quality rises, so do players' expectations for their rigs. Higher demands on hardware drive conversations around necessary upgrades and lead to greater insight from experienced builders. It's all about finding that balance.
Absolutely. And as players switch to higher quality games, issues arise, such as certain games having installation problems on consoles. How does this frustration tie back into the technical aspects that we just discussed?
Right. If someone can't even install a game like Roblox on their PlayStation, that loss of accessibility can push them away from the gaming scene. Are developers aware of these barriers?
Indeed, developers must be more proactive. Recognizing and addressing these technical challenges is essential as gaming accessibility becomes a greater priority. Sustaining a community hinges on overcoming these hurdles.
Wonderful insights. So, for our viewers, what's your experience with gaming hardware challenges, and how have they shaped your gaming journey? Keep those thoughts coming as we explore these connections deeper. Good evening, gamers. Today we're addressing some intriguing community news, including hardware concerns, recent game experiences, and even nostalgic game requests. Let's bring that same excitement as we explore how these topics connect.
This sounds exciting. I noticed a lot of mentions about older games, like Tenchu and Shinobito. Why do you think players are yearning for sequels to these classics? What's the impact on today's gaming landscape?
A great point. Nostalgia plays a significant role, as it often drives demand for remakes or sequels. Players connect emotionally with these titles, so their voices matter. Game developers could leverage this interest by resurrecting beloved franchises.
Absolutely. Plus, it's not just about nostalgia. Discussions around hardware like PSUs and motherboards, such as the dreaded click sounds when turning them on, affect how players engage with newer titles, especially in franchises with rich histories.
That's fascinating. How does the player's emotional connection to hardware issues impact their overall gaming experience? Can it ruin their mindset before even getting into a game?
It definitely can. Technical problems can lead to frustration and anxiety even before gameplay begins. Developers should not only focus on resolving these issues, but also communicate effectively with the community about hardware compatibility.
And speaking of community communication, the rise in players seeking help with custom builds or upgrades is remarkable. How do these inquiries reflect the ongoing shift toward tailored gaming experiences?
Right? With so many people discussing their custom builds and seeking advice, it seems like a vibrant community is evolving. Is it possible that this sense of support might lead to innovations in personal gaming setups?
Yes, and as more players engage in shared knowledge, the focus shifts to optimizing gaming rigs for specific genres. Game genres like Fortnite, for instance, could differ significantly in hardware demands compared to narrative-heavy games like Alan Wake 2.
Great insight. Now let's pivot back to aesthetics and the acknowledgement of quality. How do players weigh the cost of a new high-performance SSD against potential performance benefits? Would anyone in the chat like to share their experiences with this?
That could lead to fascinating discussions. I've also noticed players remarking on artistic elements, like skins in Fortnite or characters in new games. How pivotal is artistic value in retaining player interest today compared to technical specifications?
Artistic value is crucial. Quality visuals can engage players beyond the mechanics of gameplay. We're observing a trend where aesthetic elements complement technical achievements, shaping an immersive gaming experience, which ultimately keeps players coming back.
As we explore player engagement and hardware experiences, we can't overlook that bridging the gap between nostalgia and modern expectations can unlock vast opportunities for both gaming culture and developers alike. What else is on your minds, gamers? Welcome back, gamers. Let's dive into some exciting recent news connecting various aspects of gaming culture. With everything from Fortnite's new content drops to community inquiries about hardware, there's a lot to unpack.
Wow. Fortnite's Scourge collaboration with the Transformers movie really seems to blend pop culture and gaming. Does this kind of crossover enhance player interest and engagement in both franchises simultaneously?
Definitely. Crossover events can boost engagement by attracting fans from different communities. This wave of interest often results in increased interactions, and the nostalgia factor plays a role in bridging these fan bases together.
While we're on the subject of nostalgia, we see requests for sequels to games like Tenchu and Shinobito. Why do you think there's such a strong desire for these classics, while players are also interested in contemporary content like skins and emotes in Fortnite?
That's intriguing. Are players' feelings tied to their memories of these games? With so many gamers seeking out such experiences, could this be a major influence on game developers' decisions regarding remakes or sequels?
Precisely. Nostalgia shapes preferences and influences purchases. When developers recognize the emotional connections players have with classics, they're likely to explore reboots or sequels, especially if there's a robust request from the community.
Speaking of community needs, the chat is buzzing with players looking for help with custom builds. How important is community support in assisting newcomers who might feel overwhelmed by phrasings like PSU click sounds when they're just getting started?
Great question. For someone just starting their journey, like testing out their first custom build, insights from experienced gamers could make or break their confidence. What do you think? Is there a particular piece of advice that could really help newcomers?
Absolutely. Encouraging them to connect with knowledgeable community members can ease their experience and reduce anxiety. They should also be patient as they learn the ins and outs of building. Emphasizing a gradual approach can help them enjoy the process instead of feeling overwhelmed.
Fantastic perspectives. Finally, how do you see the future of gaming communities developing with respect to hardware discussions? As performance issues arise, a common occurrence, especially with newer titles like Alan Wake 2, will this deepen community bonds and foster innovative problem-solving?
I hope so. With so much shared knowledge available, will we see community-driven solutions become the go-to for resolving problems, enhancing the overall gaming experience?
That's a realistic possibility. As gamers increasingly collaborate on addressing technical issues, we may witness a shift in how support systems evolve. It'll be intriguing to see this growth in community-driven support unfold in the coming chapters of gaming.
There you have it, gamers. Keep that chat buzzing as we explore more connections and keep up with this dynamic gaming landscape. What else is on your minds today? Welcome back to LeetOne Gamers. Today we're diving into some intriguing news linking hardware, new releases, and community experiences. With everything from gaming glitches to the latest Fortnite collaboration, we have a lot to cover.
Wow, it seems like a lot is going on. I can't help but wonder about the community aspects. With players expressing issues like not being able to install Roblox on their consoles, are we seeing a trend where community support becomes crucial in resolving these technical hiccups?
Absolutely. It's fascinating to witness growing reliance on community knowledge for troubleshooting. As players encounter installation issues, such as those with Roblox, they often turn to forums or social media for guidance, further strengthening community bonds and enhancing collective problem solving.
That's insightful. Speaking of community, how about the recent arrival of Fortnite's new content, specifically the collaboration with Transformers? Do you think such collaborations spark additional interest, not only in Fortnite, but also in the source material?
Certainly. Collaborations seem to create a buzz among fans of both franchises. But what about with reminiscing about classic games? With requests for sequels to titles like Tenchu, does nostalgia for older games affect how developers approach new collaborations and game releases?
Absolutely. Nostalgia continues to play a pivotal role. Developers see the demand for familiar experiences driving interest in franchises. This, in turn, influences their decisions when crafting new content, as they look to strike a balance between innovation and honoring beloved classics.
There's also a flow of inquiries about enhancing personal setups, like upgrading for better performance. What do you think? Can improvements in individual setups elevate the overall gaming experience when joining community events or tournaments?
That could be a game changer. Players often focus on personal gear, but could participating in community-driven upgrades and custom builds result in synergies that help elevate the entire gaming environment?
Definitely. As players share their experiences, like the recent gripes about specific SSDs, it's a constant cycle of learning and improvement. This collective knowledge exchange not only improves individual setups, but also fosters an environment where players feel empowered to upgrade their rigs confidently.
Speaking of upgrades, it's interesting to see the blend between performance and aesthetics in gaming. How crucial do you think it is for players to invest in visually appealing setups alongside technical power while participating in games that reward both creativity and skill?
That's a good point. And with mentions of issues like motherboard colors staying red, does visual representation in hardware play a role in a player's emotional connection to their gaming experience?
Absolutely. Appearance can significantly boost a player's pride in their setup. And when that aesthetic aligns with game themes, the immersion factor increases, fostering an even deeper emotional connection to the gameplay experience. Players are likely to share these setups openly, enriching the community further.
Let's keep that chat flowing. Everyone, feel free to share your thoughts or questions about recent trends, installations, or even the impact of nostalgia on current gaming experiences. Welcome back to LeetOne, everyone. Today, we're switching gears and focusing on some fresh developments in the gaming world. Buckle up, because we'll cover everything from exciting new releases to ongoing community challenges and tech inquiries.
Wow, there's so much to unpack. I'm curious about the new trailer for the Big Catch Tackle Box. What's the buzz around this 3D platformer? It sounds intriguing.
The excitement surrounding the Big Catch Tackle Box stems from its unique approach to platforming and how it aims to integrate elements of adventure. This is significant in a gaming landscape crowded with shooters and battle royales, offering players a fresh experience.
That's right. Moving along, the ongoing issues with game installations, like that participant struggling to reinstall Roblox on their PlayStation, points to a broader trend. Are we seeing a rise in players reaching out to community support for such recurring problems?
Absolutely. Is the collective knowledge from the community becoming the first stop for gamers facing these frustrations? It feels like a kind of grassroots tech support is emerging.
Indeed. This shift highlights the importance of community-driven solutions. As titles like Alan Wake 2 capture players' attention, the interconnectedness of shared experiences and technical support will likely solidify even further.
Interesting perspective. Speaking of support, gamers are facing peculiar challenges like clicking sounds from their PSUs or motherboards. Does this foster a culture where troubleshooting becomes a shared journey rather than a solo endeavor?
That definitely seems to be the case. What about the practical side of things? For newcomers attempting custom builds, having a supportive community could really bolster their confidence, right?
For sure. As new gamers engage in the custom build process or upgrade their rigs, having a knowledgeable support system can smooth out those learning curves, ultimately enhancing their gaming experience.
And as we look ahead, how does the constant evolution of gaming hardware and its impact on gameplay tie into these communal efforts? Will players find themselves relying more on community advice in selecting or upgrading hardware components?
That's a great point. With so many players discussing upgrades and specific hardware issues, could this trend reshape the future of community interactions?
Very much so. As hardware continues to be a focal point in gaming discussions, we may witness the community evolving to tackle not just game strategies, but hardware optimization as well, leading to an enriched player experience overall.
It looks like we have a lot to look forward to. Keep that chat flowing, everyone, and let us know what issues or themes you'd love to explore more in the exciting world of gaming. Welcome back to LeetOne, everyone. Let's shift our attention to some recent news in the gaming scene that are buzzing right now. We have intriguing topics ranging from partnerships in games to addressing installation issues across various platforms.
Partnerships. That's intriguing. What kind of collaborations do you think would excite the community?
Collaborations could notably impact game content, offering crossovers that draw in fans from different franchises. Imagine seeing characters from one classic game teaming up with those from a completely different genre. This could not only boost sales, but also create exciting new gameplay experiences.
Absolutely. And speaking of experiences, there was mention of the new trailer for the Big Catch tackle box. As it's a 3D platformer and a free standalone game, could this also encourage more community-driven feedback for future updates and features?
Definitely. Free-to-play titles often thrive on community input. Do you think this could also influence how players approach upgrading their setups for such games?
For sure. As new games emerge, players naturally want their setups optimized, creating a ripple effect of discussions around hardware upgrades, especially when encountering issues. Players may seek advice on components just to meet the demands of these games effectively.
That ties in nicely with the recurring installation problems we've seen, particularly with titles like Roblox on PlayStation. With so many technical hiccups, how crucial do you see community support in troubleshooting these challenges?
It seems vital. Could this also lead to more players sharing their custom builds or modifications to solve specific issues?
Exactly. Custom builds can help players tailor their experience based on the titles they play most. We're witnessing a wave of gamers eager to share their solutions, which can enhance engagement and camaraderie within the gaming community.
And let's not overlook the critical topic of hardware. As one participant pointed out, concerns about PSU or motherboard clicking sounds. Could this be a signal for the community to rally together for guidance in identifying these common issues?
That's a fantastic thought. With heightened community engagement, could we see more organized support groups or forums directed at these troubleshooting efforts?
Most definitely. The continued reliance on community-led guidance represents a shift in how players navigate hardware-related problems. In the ever-evolving landscape of gaming, this collective knowledge could very well be the key to smoother gameplay experiences.
A lot to ponder on that. Keep those questions and thoughts coming, folks, as we'll continue to explore how community interactions shape not just our experiences, but also the future of gaming. Welcome back to LeetOne, everyone. Today we're diving into some fresh developments and exciting news from the gaming world, tackling everything from recent game announcements to technical questions that have been popping up in the community.
Sounds thrilling. I've noticed there's buzz around the new trailer for the Big Catch tackle box. It's labeled as a free standalone game. What do you think this trend of free games means for the industry?
Free standalone titles often open the door for wider player engagement. They encourage experimentation and can lead to a dedicated fan base when executed well. The Big Catch. Tacklebox could serve as a template for future projects looking to capitalize on community feedback for improvements.
That's an interesting angle. Speaking of community feedback, there were several messages about tech issues like headset mic problems or issues reinstalling games like Roblox on PlayStation. How crucial is community-driven tech support in navigating these concerns?
It sounds like a real lifeline. In what ways can players connect to share solutions, perhaps through forums or social media groups dedicated to troubleshooting these issues?
Exactly. Leveraging community channels can create a faster response time for troubleshooting. Players engaged in custom builds or hardware upgrades can share their experiences and knowledge, streamlining the tech support process.
And this interconnectedness doesn't stop there. We're also looking at partnerships, stirring excitement. Discussions about what collaborations players are hoping for could bring about new gameplay experiences. What kinds of partnerships would you like to see, and how would they enhance gameplay?
Oh, I'd love to see franchises like Fortnite and Transformers join forces. Imagine blending gameplay mechanics from multiple worlds. How could that shift player interactions and engagement in these games?
Such collaborations could radically reshape experiences. They often introduce unique mechanics or narratives that enrich gameplay, creating a fusion that fans wouldn't soon forget.
What about the increasing focus on custom builds and upgrades, especially regarding hardware discussions in the chat? It seems there's a lot of excitement around building powerful rigs, but what specific upgrades are truly game changers in performance?
Great question. Are SSDs like the Adata XPG Gamix S70 blades still recommended, or are there alternatives that people swear by more for gaming?
Moving towards NVMe drives generally offers significant speed improvements, but it's essential to consider compatibility and individual needs before choosing. Recommendations can often vary based on specific gaming habits.
And as players upgrade, these innovations could help tackle some of the ongoing issues, like the PSU or motherboard concerns mentioned. Could these enhancements also lead to more stable gaming experiences overall?
That's a crucial point. If hardware optimization aligns with community support, we might see less frustration with problems like game installations or technical glitches.
Absolutely. While players network and share solutions, they pave the way for a more informed gaming community that collectively enhances the experience for everyone.
So, whether it's new titles like the Big Catch Tackle Box, or technical hurdles and community-driven support, there's no shortage of engaging topics to explore. Keep the questions flowing, everyone, and let us know what catches your interest. Welcome back, gaming enthusiasts. Today we're diving into the intriguing realm of gaming partnerships and community support, especially in light of recent developments like the new trailer for the Big Catch Tackle Box and its status as a free standalone game.
That's exciting. With the rise of free games, how do you think this trend is reshaping player expectations? Are we going to see more quality releases as players demand more from these titles?
Definitely. As players embrace free games, they also start to expect a level of polish and community engagement that matches paid titles. This trend might compel developers to pull out all the stops to deliver a captivating experience that keeps players coming back for more.
Speaking of quality, there's been a buzz around the classic adventure game style, with discussions about the missed opportunities in partnerships, like the mentioned Fortnite and Transformers crossovers. How might such collaborations influence the gaming landscape?
I can see that. It feels like those partnerships could lead to hybrid gameplay mechanics that surprise and delight players. But how do we ensure that such collaborations stay fresh instead of just being another marketing gimmick?
It hinges on creativity and balance. If designers cleverly integrate mechanics from both franchises without overshadowing their unique aspects, players can enjoy something novel. After all, strong narratives combined with engaging gameplay drive player satisfaction.
With that in mind, let's pivot to community-driven initiatives. How crucial is a supportive online environment for tackling everyday gaming challenges, like the common headset mic issues or reinstalling games like Roblox that some participants are experiencing?
It seems essential. I wonder if dedicated forums or support groups have emerged focused on these issues. How do they typically operate, and can they influence hardware upgrades?
They greatly enhance troubleshooting and develop a sense of camaraderie. Many gamers share experiences and tips that empower others to optimize their setups. That mutual support often leads to better tech solutions and informed upgrades across the community.
That's a fantastic point. Now, while we're on hardware, there was a noteworthy inquiry about upgrading the PC setup for improved gaming experiences. What key components should players consider to truly elevate their performance?
Great question. What should a gamer prioritize? CPU, GPU, or maybe even storage solutions? And how can fans decide what their personal thresholds are for upgrades?
Understanding each component's role is vital. The GPU often has the most tangible impact, especially for graphics-intensive games. But bottlenecks can occur if other components like CPU or RAM aren't up to par. Balancing all upgrades strategically can lead to that ultimate gaming experience.
And while that sounds exhilarating, we can't forget about the emotional highs and lows that accompany gaming. With mentions of past favorite games like Shinobito, do you think nostalgia has a role in shaping gaming experiences today?
Absolutely. Nostalgia not only influences game design, but also impacts how communities interact with newer titles. It could inspire developers to blend classic elements with modern mechanics.
Precisely. Nostalgia can drive engagement and create deep emotional connections to games. As developers tap into that feeling, we can expect a resurgence of beloved themes and styles, sparking renewed excitement in the gaming community.
Fantastic insights, everyone. Let's keep the conversation lively and continue discussing how we see our gaming futures unfolding. What new collaborations or concepts are you eager to see? Share your thoughts below. Welcome back, gaming aficionados. Today we've got a treasure trove of recent news to dive into, especially focusing on hardware upgrades and community engagement in gaming.
Absolutely. I noticed some talk about a new PC build without RGB lighting. What's the deal with that? Are aesthetics still a big part of gaming setups?
While RGB can enhance a build visually, many gamers are prioritizing performance and functionality over flashy lights. It's all about finding a balance that fits individual preferences.
Right. And on the subject of functionality, there was a mention of headset mic issues on new PCs. That seems to be a common problem. Are there specific setups that mitigate these issues?
Definitely. Proper configuration can make a significant difference. It's essential to check settings and drivers to ensure that everything's communicating well. Sometimes the source of the issue is simply overlooked configurations.
That makes sense. Speaking of drivers, I've seen inquiries about driver issues. Are these common pitfalls for gamers, especially when building new PCs?
For sure. Installing the right drivers is crucial for maximizing hardware performance. Any recommendations on tackling those issues when they arise?
Regularly updating drivers and consulting community forums can provide valuable insights and troubleshooting tips. Gamers often share their experiences with specific configurations, helping others avoid similar pitfalls.
And how about the excitement around the new trailer for the Big Catch Tackle Box? What catches your attention about these free standalone games?
Free-to-play models are changing the landscape. They not only attract a wider audience, but also set expectations for polished experiences. It could redefine the approach to game development moving forward.
That's right. In a world where players expect quality from free games, developers might innovate even further to keep the community engaged while exploring potential revenue models associated with these titles.
Intriguing. With all this talk about community support, how vital do you think forums and social media groups are for troubleshooting and sharing experiences?
They are absolutely essential. These platforms foster a sense of community, where players can gather to discuss problems, suggest solutions, and even build teams for ranked play.
The interactions on these forums fuel emotional connections and inspire creativity. The collaborations and partnerships that emerge can propel game development in exciting, unexpected ways.
Fascinating insights. So, what do you think the future holds for gaming partnerships? Any potential collaborations that could really surprise us?
Welcome back, gamers. Today we're diving headfirst into some exciting recent news, particularly around gaming hardware and support issues that so many players are encountering.
Oh, absolutely. I've seen a lot of chatter about PS Plus extra games and whether they're playable on the PS4. Does that mean there's an evolving library of games that players might miss out on?
That's right. As console generations advance, offerings for older systems can sometimes become limited. But it does spark curiosity about what features might still be supported in older models that keep the gaming experience alive.
Speaking of keeping the experience alive, there's been quite a buzz around new custom PC builds. Players are excited about their setups without RGB lighting. What trends do we see emerging from these builds?
Right. Minimalism could be a rising trend. But for those jumping into new builds, how critical is it to pick the right components, especially when dealing with popular problems like controller input lag or headset mic issues?
Those issues can significantly impact gameplay, especially when precision is key. A thorough understanding of components, like ensuring compatibility to reduce input lag, can help gamers avoid unnecessary frustrations.
And I love that interplay of strategy versus aesthetics. Meanwhile, many players are also struggling with tech issues. A common one being the failure to reinstall games like Roblox or accessing their accounts seamlessly. What can they do to resolve these problems effectively?
It sounds like community forums really play a crucial role here. Are there specific resources or strategies that gamers can lean on to troubleshoot their unique situations?
Definitely. Dedicated forums can provide invaluable advice and offer tailored solutions. Plus, sharing experiences helps cement a strong camaraderie, which might be essential for players facing similar hurdles.
This conversation is shining a light on both hardware and community engagement. Let's not forget about the missed opportunities in partnerships. How important is it for developers to pursue those unique collaborations that really resonate with players?
That's a thought-provoking angle. What are some partnerships you think could take gaming experiences to the next level?
There's potential in unexpected collaborations. Unique merges can create new gameplay mechanics that truly surprise players. However, strategic execution is crucial to avoid those partnerships feeling like mere marketing stunts.
Amazing points. As we wrap up, let's keep the enthusiasm alive about new game experiences, tech innovations, and community connections. What exciting news or topics are you all interested in exploring next? Share your thoughts. Greetings, everyone, and welcome back to another lively discussion here at LeetOne. Today, we're diving into some hot topics in the gaming world, especially focusing on recent news concerning technical issues and hardware challenges players face while upgrading their systems.
Wow, there's so much going on. I've been hearing about rubber banding issues and controller input lag after recent updates. How do these problems impact gameplay, and are there any solutions?
Rubber banding typically occurs when there's a lack of syncing between a player's actions and the server's responses. Addressing this involves optimizing internet connections and server settings. As for input lag, it's essential to tweak controller settings and check for driver updates, which can significantly enhance responsiveness.
Absolutely. Speaking of input issues, I've come across numerous inquiries about headset mic problems on new PCs. Are there common pitfalls that cause these troubles?
Yes, headset mic issues can stem from various sources: incorrect settings, driver problems, or even hardware compatibility. Checking the audio settings to ensure everything is configured rightly is crucial for resolving these concerns.
That's really helpful. What about those newcomers building PCs? There seems to be a trend with custom builds. Like, what's the deal with non-RGB setups? Is function still ruling over flashiness?
Certainly. Many players are embracing a cleaner aesthetic that prioritizes performance and functionality over elaborate RGB designs. This shift reflects a growing awareness of how gamers use their setups for serious gaming, streaming, or creative tasks.
And let's not forget about the significant audience looking for partnerships and collaborations in gaming. There was a fascinating mention of a new title, The Big Catch Tacklebox, that's sparking interest. Could collaborations with popular franchises elevate standalone games like that?
Amazing thought. Partnerships might also bring fresh gameplay mechanics and creative storytelling to the forefront. Are there specific collaborations you feel would really resonate with gamers today?
That's the big question. The potential for crossovers could elevate narratives and draw in diverse player bases. But it's essential for developers to strike the right balance between innovation and keeping player expectations high.
Very insightful. Lastly, have we heard anything about PS Plus extra games and their compatibility with PS4? Will gamers be locked out of some titles if they don't upgrade?
It's creating a bit of a divide. Certain games may only be available on newer consoles, which could discourage users who haven't upgraded, especially as game libraries evolve. The real question is how developers will handle support for older systems moving forward.
Well said. It seems like we have a lot to unpack here, and I can't wait to hear more about your thoughts on these pressing issues. Keep those ideas flowing. Welcome back, gamers. Today, we're diving into an intriguing assortment of recent news that's stirring excitement in the gaming community. From Steam Deck insights to new controller issues, let's tackle these together.
I'm so curious. What are the advantages and disadvantages of the Steam Deck that players are talking about so much?
The Steam Deck offers remarkable portability and access to a vast library of PC games, but players often grapple with battery life and performance on demanding titles. Balancing these pros and cons is crucial for potential buyers.
That's right. There's always a pivotal choice for gamers decided between robust hardware and fluid performance. On the other hand, have you all experienced rubber banding in games? It seems to be a rising concern, especially post-updates.
Rubber banding can be so frustrating. Do you think it stems more from internet issues or server performance?
While both factors play a role, optimizing server settings is vital for ensuring a smoother gaming experience. Gamers often overlook this critical aspect.
Exactly. Let's switch gears a bit. There's talk of PS Plus extra games and their compatibility with the PS4. Do you think this signals a missed opportunity for many players to access newer titles?
That's definitely a concern. It feels like some big franchises might leave certain console users in the lurch. Any thoughts on how developers might pivot to address this?
It could be beneficial for developers to implement cross-generational compatibility. This would ensure that older consoles aren't entirely abandoned while appealing to the newer gaming audience.
A solid point. And speaking of compatibility issues, many gamers have been struggling with headset mic problems on new PCs. What simple fixes can they try to get back in the game?
I keep hearing that drivers might be causing issues. Is it just that, or are there other underlying problems?
Drivers are a significant factor, but also players should check audio settings and ensure the correct device is selected for input. A few tweaks can make a world of difference.
And let's not forget the buzz around those custom PC builds without RGB lighting. What drives this shift away from flashy designs towards a more functional aesthetic?
It seems like gamers are valuing performance above all else now. Is the community prioritizing function over form in their setups?
Absolutely. As gaming becomes more competitive, players are gravitating towards setups that enhance their performance rather than purely aesthetic choices. It's an evolution towards practicality.
There's so much to reflect on and many exciting developments. So gamers, keep sharing your thoughts as we navigate these trends and challenges together. What surprised you the most from today's discussion? Welcome back, gamers. Today's session is all about the latest trends, issues, and exciting new releases making waves in the gaming community. From the quirks of PC builds to the emergence of new titles like the Big Catch Tackle Box, it's packed with surprises.
Oh wow, there's so much going on right now. For starters, what's this about the Steam Deck? I've been hearing mixed things about its pros and cons. What should players keep in mind if they're thinking about getting one?
The Steam Deck certainly has a lot to offer, especially in terms of portability and access to a vast library of games. However, issues like battery life on demanding titles can really impact the user experience. It's essential to balance your gaming habits with what the device can handle.
That's right. And speaking of new gaming experiences, how about that buzz around compatibility for PS Plus extra games on PS4? Is it true that players could miss out on fantastic titles without upgrading to newer consoles?
That's quite concerning. I wonder if there could be ways developers address this. Are they planning to create cross-generational experiences or collaborations that can help bridge that gap?
Many developers are indeed exploring collaborations to resonate with a wider audience. It's an opportunity for them to bring beloved franchises together while diversifying gameplay. Here's a thought. What if partnerships led to reworks of older titles with fresh mechanics?
Now, switching gears a bit, there seems to be a lot of chatter about PC building frustrations, especially issues like only turning on if RAM is in slots 2 to 4. What's that all about?
That sounds frustrating, but it's fascinating how hands-on PC building can be a major learning experience for gamers. What are some best practices for newcomers to avoid these kinds of pitfalls?
A clear understanding of hardware compatibility is key. Always ensure the right components fit together and be familiar with the motherboard layout. Some issues can arise from simple oversights.
Absolutely, and let's keep it interactive. Have any of our viewers had experience with driver issues, like those controller input lag problems after an update? What solutions have worked for you?
That's a great question. I'm sure there's a lot of knowledge to share among our community. Also, I can't help but notice all the excitement around fantasy game recommendations. Are there hidden gems our viewers think deserve more attention?
Recommendations can flood in. While we're covering fresh titles like The Big Catch, Tackle Box, games from smaller studios often offer unique narratives and gameplay experiences worth exploring.
Indeed. As we dive deeper into these topics, don't forget to share your thoughts on what you'd like to see more of in the gaming world. Let's keep this engaging and vibrant, as always. Welcome back, gamers. Today, we've got a treasure trove of recent news to unpack that connects deeply with your gaming experiences. From running into controller input lag to the buzz of PS Plus extra games, let's ignite this conversation.
Wow, there's so much happening. I find it interesting that PC building continues to be a hot topic, like those reports about RAM configurations only working in specific slots. What's up with that?
That's a common hurdle many encounter. It could stem from motherboard settings or even a potential hardware issue. Properly configuring the RAM can make a notable difference in performance.
Absolutely. Speaking of performance, there's been chatter around the pros and cons of the Steam Deck as well. What insights can we share about its functionality and how it handles demanding games alongside battery life?
I've heard mixed feelings about the Steam Deck's performance, especially for titles like Doom. Is it really that much different from playing on a high-end gaming PC?
The Steam Deck is indeed a portable marvel, but it can't match the power of a fully built system. Limitations in battery life and the need for tweaking settings can lead to varied experiences, so it's crucial for buyers to understand their expectations.
Right, and let's not overlook those PS Plus discussions. Many players fear they might miss amazing titles if they stick to PS4. Is there an understanding of how those limitations affect player communities?
It seems like a potential barrier. Could this push players towards newer consoles or even have an impact on game development strategies that favor cross-generational compatibility?
It's a complex interplay. Developers are increasingly exploring cross-gen compatibility to avoid alienating enthusiastic gamers who may not jump to the latest systems right away.
Just to spark curiosity, with all these trends surrounding hardware and network issues like rubber banding, a growing concern, how can the community navigate these tech-based frustrations?
That's a brilliant question. What do you think is the best approach for gamers when they encounter these technical snags, like mic issues or persistent lag during gameplay?
Starting with driver updates and ensuring system settings are optimized can alleviate many problems. Yet community forums often carry valuable, real-world fixes and insights that can enhance everyone's experience.
And let's circle back to that excitement around fantasy game recommendations. Are there titles catching attention that we should definitely keep an eye on as we venture into the next chapter of gaming?
I would love to hear your thoughts on that. Are there any under-the-radar gems that the community feels are worth exploring further?
Absolutely. Titles that foster unique narratives and gameplay experiences often catch my eye, especially when they come from smaller studios aiming to redefine genres. This could lead us towards something entirely new.
Fantastic insights. Let's keep this momentum going. Gamers, we're eager to hear more of your experiences and thoughts. Keep those messages coming. Welcome back, gamers. Today we're diving into some intriguing news bits that many of you are buzzing about. From storage concerns to gameplay experiences, let's uncover the latest developments in the gaming world.
Wow, there's so much going on. I've been hearing chatter about how players are struggling with physical memory issues and motherboard compatibility. Is this something many in the community are facing?
Absolutely. That's a hot topic right now. Many gamers are grappling with hardware limitations, especially when combining older components with newer setups. It raises significant questions about compatibility, like why a PC might only boot if RAM is in certain slots.
Exactly. And with the Steam Deck's mixed reviews, I'm curious. How does this device perform when it comes to managing storage efficiently, especially for those with distinct play patterns?
That's fascinating. Sharing experiences is key. Are there any clever tips for players struggling with input lag or those rubber banding issues to improve their overall experience?
Yes, optimizing your settings is crucial. Regularly checking driver updates can significantly alleviate input lag while also ensuring network settings are configured correctly to avoid those frustrating drops.
Speaking of solutions, there's been some buzz about PS Plus extra games being inaccessible on the PS4. How does that shape player expectations, especially when players want to experience popular titles?
That's a big concern. If players feel pressured to upgrade to newer consoles, do you think that will heavily impact how developers approach game availability and tailor experiences for community preferences?
It just might. Developers are currently investigating ways to make cross-generational experiences more appealing. Collaboration in game design might address these gaps while enhancing the overall player community.
And let's not forget the excitement surrounding new game releases like Besiege for PS5. Do you think it aligns with broader trends in community-driven partnerships that enhance game variety?
Absolutely. Partnerships can drive innovation, but they also create opportunities for unique gameplay experiences. What partnerships or collaborations would you all like to see in the future?
That could lead to fresh narratives. Perhaps merging classic franchises with modern gameplay mechanics could revitalize not just player engagement, but the entire gaming landscape.
So many angles to explore, and we're only getting started. Keep the thoughts coming, gamers. Your ideas and experiences fuel these discussions. Welcome back, gamers. We have some exciting news developments to dig into today. From PC builds to the Steam Deck and its pros and cons, there's a lot that's been buzzing around recently.
That's interesting. I've been hearing concerns about random key inputs during gaming sessions. What's the scoop on that? Is it a common problem among players?
It can stem from various hardware issues, especially with keyboards or controllers. Sometimes, an improper USB connection or outdated drivers can lead to this frustrating experience. Ensuring everything is well configured is a solid first step.
Speaking of configurations, let's transition over to those storage questions. Players are increasingly asking how to manage their memory, especially with issues like ghost files that can clutter systems.
Ghost files? What are they, and how do they affect gameplay?
Ghost files are essentially remnants of old installations or unused files that can linger on your device, occupying storage without serving any purpose. Regular cleaning and maintenance help keep your gameplay smooth and free from unnecessary lag.
And that brings us to the Steam Deck. How does it hold up against these issues? Some gamers express that while it's portable, they face unique challenges like battery life and how it manages demanding titles.
Battery life. I heard it has mixed reviews, especially when playing graphics-intensive games. Does that limit the types of games players can effectively enjoy?
It does put some constraints on performance, particularly in demanding games. This is a crucial factor for potential buyers to weigh. How often will they be gaming on battery, and is that battery life suitable for their preferences?
As we explore these practical concerns, I'm also curious about partnerships. Some players are hoping for collaborations, similar to what we've seen in other entertainment segments. What creative partnerships might reshape the industry?
Collaboration sparks innovation. Which partnerships do you think could lead to amazing new gaming experiences?
Combining franchises, especially those with significant fan bases, could definitely draw interest. Imagine a game that merges nostalgic mechanics with fresh gameplay styles to attract both old and new audiences.
That sounds intriguing. We'll keep that conversation going as new partnerships emerge. Gamers, we want to hear your thoughts on the matter. What collaborations are you hoping for? Welcome back, gamers. Today we're venturing into some exciting recent news and how they connect to our gaming experiences. Let's kick things off with a major talking point. How many of you are feeling the squeeze on your storage with titles like Besiege launching for PS5?
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of storage, is that what's causing the glitches some are experiencing with monitors? What's up with those?
Definitely a possibility. When you're juggling multiple heavy titles, ghost files can pile up and mess with performance. Keeping your systems clear ensures smoother gameplay and less frustration.
Now, quite a few viewers are questioning random key inputs and input lag issues during gaming sessions. Could these problems stem from outdated drivers or just be tied to their hardware setups?
Without a doubt, proper configurations can make all difference. If drivers aren't current, they might be the root cause of unexpected hiccups during gameplay. especially after those recent updates we're seeing.
That's a critical tip. What about upgrading hardware? Recently, there's been buzz around PCs booting only with RAM in specific slots. How does this affect which parts to upgrade, especially in a system built from scratch?
Exactly. Upgrading can be a daunting task, especially when players need to ensure compatibility. It raises a question. Should they invest in new motherboards while retaining old components, or completely overhaul their setup?
Considering recent developments in tech, cheaper alternatives are emerging. Many gamers are opting for pre-built systems or choosing to sell parts and start fresh, especially if significant issues persist.
Interesting. But as players encounter all these challenges, what opportunities are there for partnerships across brands or platforms to help us out?
Great point. Collaborations could lead to cross-platform compatibility tools or support services that streamline performance and ease some of this headache. It's a hot topic that could reshape how we approach hardware challenges.
We might even see software tailored to automatically optimize settings based on users' gaming styles. Stay tuned because the industry is evolving quickly.
Wow, that sounds incredible. Any recommendations for lesser-known titles or gems players should keep an eye on?
That's a fantastic thought. As we continue, let's see what the community suggests on those hidden treasures and perhaps share some strategies for tackling these ongoing tech challenges.
Definitely keep those ideas coming, gamers. Your thoughts could unlock entirely new avenues for improvement and partner interactions in this gaming landscape.
Welcome back, gamers. Today we have an intriguing blend of recent news and community insights to dissect. From the exciting buzz around Besiege launching on PS5 to the ongoing discussions about hardware upgrades, let's jump right in.
Wow, there's so much happening. I saw some chatter about people struggling with their GPU choices, especially between the RTX 3080 Ti and the new RTX 4070. What's the best route for gamers looking to upgrade while also managing their budgets?
That's a great point. The RTX 3080 Ti may be slightly older technology but offers high performance for many titles. Meanwhile, the RTX 4070 could provide future-proofing with newer architecture. Gamers should consider their gaming habits and upcoming releases when making a decision.
And let's not overlook those glitches some players are experiencing. I overheard discussions about Iliama monitors having issues, not to mention the random key inputs during gameplay. Is there a connection between hardware upgrades and these performance hiccups?
Absolutely. Sometimes, glitchy visuals or laggy inputs can be traced back to compatibility issues during upgrades. Keeping all drivers updated and ensuring that the components work well together can significantly enhance the gaming experience.
Speaking of hardware issues, I noticed some bewildering posts about ghosts files weighing down systems. What exactly are they, and how can they impede gameplay?
Ghost files are remnants of uninstalled applications and previous installations that take up unnecessary space. They can reduce free storage, leading to decreased performance during intense gaming sessions.
Great insight. And while we're at it, another topic swirling around is game partnerships. As someone mentioned, what partnerships could this gaming community be longing for? Could collaborations with popular titles lead to something fantastic?
Collaborations could definitely amplify the excitement. Imagine a game bringing beloved characters from two different franchises together. What a game changer that would be for fan engagement.
The potential for crossovers is massive, leveraging both audiences to create unique narratives and gameplay styles. Various gaming communities thrive on the nostalgia of such partnerships, sparking creativity among players.
Very true. And what about that Steam Deck we mentioned earlier? Have any new insights emerged about its performance challenges? Many players seem to weigh its portable functionality against some hiccups, like input lag since the last update.
Yes, that's crucial. The Steam Deck offers a vast library on the go, but does face limitations with battery life, particularly with demanding titles. Proper settings can mitigate some performance issues, making it key for users to sift through their system settings effectively.
This has been an enlightening discussion. I feel like we're just scratching the surface here. What other themes should we keep an eye on as the gaming landscape evolves?
Keep those thoughts coming, gamers. Your insights will continue to enhance our dialogue as we navigate through these exciting developments. Welcome back, gamers. Today, let's tackle a spicy mix of recent news stories that are sparking curiosity and discussion across the community. From exciting games hitting new platforms to various tech updates, it promises to be a thrilling dive.
Absolutely. Speaking of exciting titles, I heard Besiege is coming to PS5. What does that mean for console players who thrive on building and destruction?
It's a game-changing move. It allows a whole new audience to enjoy creative gameplay dynamics. The challenge lies in how developers optimize these experiences for consoles, especially with varying hardware capabilities.
And speaking of optimization, we recognize that some players are struggling out there, like those facing random key inputs and glitches on their monitors. Could this be linked to hardware setups or recent updates impacting gaming experiences?
Definitely. For those dealing with new graphics card choices, there's a tough decision between the used RTX 3080 Ti and the newly released RTX 4070. What advice do you have for gamers trying to determine their best upgrade path?
Personal gaming style is crucial here. If you're leaning towards a more powerful card for the future, the 4070 offers better longevity and newer architecture. However, the 3080 Ti still provides solid performance at a potentially lower price.
As the conversation unfolds, don't forget those who are also encountering system-wide issues, like inconsistent booting with RAM placements or driver woes. How can players tackle these frustrating performance dips before opting for big upgrades?
That's a tricky situation. Is it worth troubleshooting these issues first or diving straight into buying new components? It feels like an endless cycle sometimes.
Maintaining good hardware hygiene is key. Players should always assess their current setup, look for outdated drivers, and check for ghost files. Cleaning these can often yield better performance and extend the life of current components.
Exactly. And let's spark a discussion about partnerships in gaming. What collaborations could enhance the overall player experience? Are there brands or franchises gamers are craving to merge with their beloved titles?
That's such a fun thought. Can you imagine popular titles joining forces with other major franchises? What kind of impact would that have on player engagement and creativity?
Collaborations could lead to innovative mechanics and enriched narratives. Just think of how games could benefit from crossovers, from shared characters to unique gameplay experiences, which could cater not just to nostalgia, but also foster fresh excitement.
Welcome back to LeetOne gamers. Today, we have a treasure trove of new developments that could reshape the way we experience gaming.
Amazing. I'm eager to hear what's buzzing in the community. Are we starting with the news about custom wallpapers on the PS5? That sounds fun. What wallpapers are people choosing?
Absolutely. Customization is a unique way to express individuality in gaming. These wallpapers could add a personal touch, enhancing player engagement and making the gaming environment feel more like their own.
And speaking of personalization, let's not forget about those struggling with external monitor setups and video streaming issues. It raises the question, how much do visual experiences impact gameplay quality?
That's a great connection. When players have the right visual settings and setups, like wallpapers and monitors, it can significantly enhance immersion. But what about laggy experiences? How does that factor in?
Lag, especially input lag, can turn a thrilling experience into frustration. Ensuring a solid monitor setup and optimizing settings can prevent many common issues, enhancing the player's overall satisfaction.
The ongoing discussions about glitches, like those Iliama monitor issues and random key inputs during gameplay, underline how technical challenges can mar gaming enjoyment. How can players troubleshoot these?
Totally. And changing gears a bit, what's the buzz about the Steam Deck's pros and cons? Could portability work to offset some of these issues?
It certainly can. While the Steam Deck offers flexibility for gamers on the go, it does come with performance trade-offs. The key is for gamers to adapt their expectations based on their usage scenarios.
And there's excitement brewing over Besiege, making its way to PS5. That opens up avenues for creativity and community engagement, especially within user-generated content.
Wow, a crossover of creativity and community. What partnerships or skins would you love to see in games connected to Besiege or other franchises?
The potential for collaborations in titles like these is vast. They can enhance community engagement by combining fan favorites which generates buzz and excitement among players.
So gamers, we want to hear from you. What are the dream partnerships that could further elevate your gaming experience? Let's keep this energy flowing. Welcome back, gamers, to another exhilarating discussion on LeetOne. Today, we're diving into some intriguing news in the gaming realm, and trust me, you won't want to miss this.
What news are we headed towards? There seems to be a lot happening lately. From shadow briefings to those Xbox Series X crashes, there's so much to unpack.
Absolutely. The shadow briefings have many players puzzled. It raises questions about transparency and player communication, reflecting a growing expectation in the gaming community for developers to keep players informed about ongoing issues.
And speaking of communication, that gift card stuck on processing dilemma seems to tap into the broader frustration about digital transactions currently. How do these issues impact gamers' overall confidence in digital platforms?
It's disheartening. A smooth transaction is key to enhancing the gaming experience. Do we think that devs should do more to address these frustrations openly to regain player trust?
Well, I can say that addressing glitches or processing issues directly correlates with player retention. Players are more likely to stay loyal if they feel their concerns are acknowledged and addressed promptly.
Right. And warning signs like the reported crashes on Xbox Series X could spotlight the need for robust software optimization. How does that connect with players' overall gaming experiences and hardware decisions?
That's a great point. The crashes could lead gamers to reconsider their setups or even potentially upgrade. What hardware changes would be great to support better performance alongside avoiding common pitfalls like random key inputs or display issues?
Investing in the right hardware, such as a reliable monitor and graphics card, can greatly mitigate these risks. It's essential for players to comprehend how various components within their setups can affect their gaming sessions.
And let's not forget the buzz around custom wallpapers on PS5. These personal touches can enhance player engagement, but do they also distract from the gameplay itself? What do you think, gamers?
I love the idea of customization. However, could they also lead to performance drops if not optimized correctly? It's such an interesting balance to manage.
It certainly is. Players might want to consider the trade-offs between aesthetics and performance. We see a similar pattern in gamers discussing which graphics cards to choose, especially facing the dilemma between the RTX 3080 Ti and the newer RTX 4070.
Fascinating connections here, everyone. So let's keep the energy going. What other news or concerns from the chat are rising up in the gaming community that deserve attention? Welcome back, gamers. Today we're about to unpack a whirlwind of gaming updates that may have slipped under your radar. From ghost files causing confusion to glitches in the Xbox Series X, this is going to be a lively conversation.
Wow, I can't even keep up. What's the deal with all these issues like gift cards getting stuck on processing and game cosmetics unequipping? It sounds frustrating.
Absolutely, the rising issues with digital transactions and cosmetic bugs highlight a larger concern within the gaming community. Smooth gameplay interactions. Players expect a seamless experience, and when these problems arise, trust can wane.
Right? And add the flap over shadow briefings disappearing, and it feels like there's a communication disconnect. How do these hiccups affect players' overall engagement with their favorite titles?
That's a great point. With new titles coming along, how can players navigate these difficulties? Are developers doing enough to address these types of bugs and keep gamers informed?
Engaging with the community transparently is crucial. When unexpected bugs like the Xbox crashing issues occur, developers must step up and offer clear communication about fixes. It's all about maintaining player trust.
Speaking of expressing concerns, gamers have mentioned issues with external monitor setups, leading to input lag. How does technical trouble like this affect competitive plays, especially in fast-paced games?
There's definitely a cross-section here between tech challenges and the enjoyment of gaming. Do you think players might consider a pro setup a necessity now more than ever?
It's becoming more important indeed. A reliable setup, free from glitches and lags, can make or break a gaming experience, especially when every second counts in competitive settings.
And on that note, The mix of new hardware releases, like the RTX 3080 Ti and RTX 4070, complicates the picture. Which components do you think can bring the most value while minimizing tech issues?
Wow, there's so much to think about. Are gamers still looking for those maxed out specs? Or is there a shift towards stability first?
A balance of both seems to be the trend. Stability enhances gameplay enjoyment, but players are still attracted to cutting-edge hardware for better graphics and performance.
And as we draw this thread together, with all these technological advancements and community reactions, how can players lean on each other for troubleshooting during these transitional times? Thanks for tuning back in, gamers. We're shifting our focus to some recent news that touches on both gameplay and community engagement. Have you ever wondered how crossover characters from different games could enrich our experiences?
That sounds exciting. If Overwatch made its way into Super Smash Bros., which characters and stages would best represent it?
It opens up a lot of creative possibilities. The dynamics of different abilities and environments could present unique gameplay experiences, from stage interactions to character synergies.
That's a fantastic thought. Meanwhile, many players are facing a nagging issue with cosmetics, like gear unequipping unexpectedly. How does this frustration impact player engagement with games?
It must be really annoying. When you invest time in customizing your character, only to find those customizations gone, it can take away from the enjoyment. Are developers doing enough to resolve such issues?
A seamless experience is paramount. Otherwise, players may feel disconnected. Developers should prioritize communication around these technical glitches to uphold player trust and satisfaction.
Speaking of glitches, what can you tell us about the recent Xbox Series X crashes?
Well, it's been quite a topic. These crashes bring to light the ongoing debates about hardware reliability versus the desire for cutting-edge specs. It raises questions. What's the right balance for gamers today?
The stakes are higher than ever. Gamers need hardware that provides peak performance without sacrificing stability. A well-rounded approach can help avoid issues while maintaining high-quality gaming experiences.
I can see how that balance is essential as players decide between something like a used RTX 3080 Ti and a fresh model like the RTX 4070. How do they navigate upgrades while fearing performance drops?
Excellent point. It's also interesting how custom wallpapers on platforms like the PS5 affect player personalization. Does enhancing visual aesthetics add value or become a distraction when gaming?
There's definitely a thin line to walk. Visual customization can engage players more deeply in their gaming environment, but it could also pull focus from gameplay if not handled thoughtfully.
So true. Let's pivot a bit. How about those community-driven game nights? They can be key in keeping players connected and engaged during these times of technical hiccups. Do any of you have a favorite game or platform for those gatherings?
Yes, community is what keeps our gaming passion alive. It's crucial in addressing frustrations collectively. Don't you agree? Share your thoughts, gamers. Welcome back, gamers. Today we have a treasure trove of recent news from the gaming world that might pique your interest. Let's kick off with the latest bug reports and account access issues that players are facing. How do these problems affect the everyday gamer?
Account security is such a big concern. If someone thinks their account has been compromised, that's pretty alarming. Have we seen any effective strategies from developers to improve security and keep players informed?
Absolutely, security has to be a priority. Developers need to implement better two-factor authentication processes and regular updates to ensure player data remains safe, especially with rising incidents of account hacking.
That's very insightful. Switching gears a bit, let's talk about that ongoing issue with cosmetics unequipping after exiting the game. What kind of impact does that have on player immersion and experience?
It must be frustrating. I mean, a player invests time in customization only to have it wiped away. Are developers aware of these issues? And how swiftly are they addressing them?
Feedback from the community is crucial. Developers should prioritize these bugs to maintain player engagement and trust. The longer they wait to respond, the more stress it creates around the gaming experience.
Speaking of engagement, how about the new rumors surrounding Overwatch characters making crossover appearances in Super Smash Bros? Which characters could pack a punch in such a setting? What do you think?
That would be epic. Characters like Tracer or Reinhardt would be super fun to play, but what stage would represent Overwatch the best, and how could abilities translate in that universe?
Mixing abilities across different games can lead to creative gameplay mechanics. Imagine a stage that shifts in design based on character abilities, creating dynamic interactions. What a way to keep players on their toes.
Now let's dig into platform-specific news, particularly the mix-up with external monitor setups causing input lag. How do tech complications like this influence competitive gaming?
Input lag can throw players off during critical moments. Competitive environments depend on precision, and any delay can be a game changer, which only heightens the importance of robust tech support for players.
Tech support is essential. Are gaming platforms doing enough to ensure smooth operations, especially with so many different hardware setups in the mix?
It's a great question. As we pivot to community-driven discussions, what platforms are your favorite for engaging with fellow gamers? Does Discord remain the go-to for organizing game nights and troubleshooting?
Platforms like Discord provide amazing community foundations, but it's essential that developers seek collaboration with these communities to effectively address ongoing issues seamlessly.
What a blend of topics today. From bug reports to community engagement and crossover character discussions, it's all so captivating. It keeps the gaming world alive.
Welcome back, gamers. Exciting news out there today, especially with the buzz around gameplay issues like new bugs and account security concerns. Let's shift our focus. Are you ready to dive into the world of character customization and how it influences our gaming experiences?
Absolutely. I can't help but think about that issue with cosmetics on equipping. How does that truly affect players emotionally, especially after putting a lot of time into customizing their characters?
That emotional investment can significantly impact engagement. It's not just about the functionality, it's about the identity players build through these visual elements. When they see their hard work erased, it can lead to frustration and disengagement.
Right on. And speaking of identity, have any of you come across the new features on PS5 like custom wallpapers? Does adding unique visuals enhance your gaming space without detracting from the gameplay?
That's a great point. With so many visually stunning games today, I wonder if players feel that polished aesthetics transcend into their customization choices. Would you say there's a balance that needs to be struck?
Indeed, the balance is crucial. Attractive aesthetics can enhance immersion, yet overdoing visuals might shift focus away from gameplay itself. It's about harmonizing those elements to enhance overall player experience.
Also worth mentioning is the ongoing chatter about Overwatch characters potentially appearing in Super Smash Bros. With spirit battles. Which characters do you think would resonate the most in that crossover?
Oh, that sounds awesome. Imagine playing as Tracer. How would her abilities translate in Smash? What about the competitive edge it could bring to both communities?
It opens the door for innovative character abilities. The unique dynamics of merging combat styles could lead to fresh strategies, merging communities that thrive on competitive gameplay.
And circling back to account security, it's essential to address those messages from viewers concerned about compromised accounts. What steps can players take to protect themselves while still enjoying those exhilarating gaming experiences?
I would think two-factor authentication should be a standard. But do developers promote these measures effectively? How much responsibility lies with the players themselves?
Both sides share responsibility. Developers must implement robust security features, while players should also stay informed and vigilant regarding their own account security practices.
Fantastic insights. Keep the ideas flowing, and don't forget to share your thoughts on these exciting topics. What's been your experience with character customization or security issues in gaming? Let's hear your stories. Welcome back, gamers. Today, we've got a roller coaster of recent news hitting the gaming community. Let's kick things off with some buzz around Fortnite. There's a lot of talk about the recent call to put cars back in Team Rumble. What do you all think? Can vehicles add a fresh twist to gameplay?
That's such an interesting point. I mean, cars really brought a unique dynamic before. Do you think their absence is impacting player strategies in any way?
Absolutely. Vehicles often create diverse tactical options, enhancing both offensive and defensive plays. When they're removed, it can stifle the creativity that players can demonstrate in the game.
And speaking of dynamics, there's also chatter about adding characters like the Incredible from the superhero lineup. Which characters would you like to see make it into Fortnite next, given its ever-evolving landscape?
Oh, that's exciting. What unique abilities could they bring into the mix? And do you think they could match the fast-paced style of existing characters in the game?
That's a compelling consideration. For example, characters with time manipulation or enhanced movement could drastically shift the gameplay balance and introduce entirely new strategies. It's a fascinating blend of possibilities.
Now let's pivot a bit to PS Plus news. Many players are wondering which games should be highlighted in the service. How does the selection influence new player engagement?
Great question. Does the lineup cater to both new and seasoned players? What games are currently drawing the most attention in the community?
By strategically choosing titles, developers can ensure they attract a wider audience. A well-rounded selection can provide opportunities for gamers to discover genres they wouldn't typically explore. It's vital for keeping the community engaged.
And as we're discussing community-driven input, what do you make of the recent reports of account access issues? That sounds alarming for many players. How can developer communication play a role in addressing these concerns?
Wow, account safety is so important. What steps can players take to safeguard their accounts, and are developers being proactive enough in communicating these strategies?
Proactive communication is key in this realm. Developers should regularly update their community about security features, such as enhanced two-factor authentication and password management tips. It builds trust and fosters a safer gaming environment.
Speaking of community engagement, let's discuss the recent bug issues players are coming across. New bugs seem to roll out frequently, but how do they disrupt gameplay? And what strategies could developers employ to tackle these concerns swiftly?
Bugs can be such a buzzkill. Are developers speeding up their response times, or do the players feel there's still a significant gap that needs bridging?
Certainly, players need rapid support to maintain their gaming experience. Developers should prioritize transparency and establish dedicated teams to handle these bugs promptly. The community ought to feel heard and supported.
Well said. And as we continue to explore these topics, don't forget, what unique wallpapers are you using on your PS5? How do you think personalization contributes to our gaming experience in any meaningful way? All right, let's jump into some thrilling news from the gaming community. It seems like several solo developers are picking up the pieces and reviving their game projects after a hiatus. Why has there been a surge in indie developers returning to their roots?
That's fascinating. Do these developers face unique challenges when they resume work after a long break? What can they do to overcome those hurdles?
Absolutely. The shift in technology and player expectations can be daunting. However, developers can leverage their earlier designs while integrating new elements that match today's gaming landscape. Keeping a clear vision can guide them through that transition.
Speaking of transitions, what about the players? How do they feel as consoles like the PS4 Slim retire? Do they feel nostalgia, or are they eager for the new hardware?
That's so relatable. As someone who's often upgrading, I'd love to hear opinions on how nostalgia clashes with the excitement of new tech. Are we ready to move on?
The emotional attachment is real. Players frequently bond with their consoles over time, making it tough to say goodbye. Yet new technology does offer better graphics and performance. It presents an interesting phase for gamers.
And let's talk about the strategic decisions being made in games like Fortnite. With calls to add vehicles back into Team Rumble, how does that affect player tactics and teamwork?
Vehicles definitely changed the game. How do you think their absence has reshaped play styles? Are players adapting well, or is there a noticeable gap in strategy?
Players tend to find workarounds, but there's something more about the experience that vehicles provided, the ability to travel and engage differently. Reintroducing them could reignite excitement and complex strategies.
On the topic of evolving gameplay mechanics, let's not forget the growing trend of incorporating unique characters from other franchises. For instance, how would the addition of Overwatch characters in Super Smash Bros. With Spirit Battles reshape strategies?
Exactly. Characters like Tracer have such unique abilities. How do you see their skills merging with Smash's gameplay mechanics?
They could bring a refreshing dynamic. Each character's abilities can inspire unique combat styles, impacting the competitive scene, while also feeding playful creativity among casual players.
Great insights. Keep those thoughts coming, everyone. What do you think about indie games leveraging community feedback? Does this put them at an advantage when developing their projects after a lengthy break? Welcome back, gaming enthusiasts. Today, the chatter among players is buzzing with excitement as indie developers return to their projects after long breaks. What do you think has driven this resurgence?
That's really intriguing. I wonder how those solo developers are managing their time and resources. Could the recent emphasis on streamlined processes in game development be influencing their return?
Definitely. The evolution of game engines has made it easier for individuals to create captivating worlds. This newfound accessibility can lead to unique player experiences and maybe even a genre shift.
Speaking of unique experiences, there have been chatter about the absence of vehicles in Team Rumble. How does this impact solo developers who might want to innovate with game mechanics?
Right. Vehicles added so much variety. For those returning developers, do you think there's a constant struggle to keep players engaged with fresh ideas while also dealing with nostalgic player expectations?
Exactly. Balancing creativity and player desires is no easy task. Developers often draw inspiration from feedback, but must also find their original voice to stand out in the marketplace.
And isn't it fascinating how community-driven suggestions, like adding characters such as the Incredible to Fortnite, can redefine gameplay dynamics? What do these interactions say about the future of gaming?
Absolutely. Engaging with the community seems essential. I can only imagine the pressure on developers to implement suggestions. Are there any recent success stories demonstrating this connection effectively?
Yes, we've seen several titles thrive after integrating community-driven ideas, propelling them to greater heights. It's a testament to the partnership between developers and gamers, merging creativity in exciting new ways.
Now let's shift the focus. With PS4 consoles officially retiring, how do you think that affects player sentiments towards returning indie developers?
That's a good point. Is there a likelihood that players seek nostalgia in these indie games? Or are they craving innovation to overcome the emotional weight of changing hardware?
Nostalgia and innovation can coexist. Indie games often capture that essence while simultaneously pushing creative boundaries. It's truly an exciting time as new narratives and mechanics unfold within the gaming space.
Welcome back, gaming enthusiasts. There's a thrilling mix of recent news circulating in the gaming community, and today we're exploring how various trends are intertwining in this vibrant space.
Wow, it sounds like there's a lot to talk about. For instance, I noticed discussions about customizing big boy skins and wanting a classic Harley-Davidson motorcycle in games. Are these demands a reflection of player nostalgia for classic gaming aesthetics?
Definitely. The desire for iconic vehicles and skins shows how players value unique attachments to specific cultures within games. Retro-inspired updates can be reinvigorating, like how a motorcycle can evoke freedom and exploration found in open-world titles.
Speaking of tailoring experiences, have you seen many developers incorporating these nostalgic elements into their updates? For example, there's chatter about cosmetic glitches, like unequipping issues from Game Pass bonuses that need fixing.
Yes, players really get frustrated when customization fails. Do you think investing time in resolving these tech issues can improve player loyalty, especially as some indie developers are resuming projects after their breaks?
Absolutely. Addressing those bugs and enhancing customization is crucial for player retention. Plus, returning developers can leverage community feedback to create innovative experiences that resonate with players who are eager for fresh content.
And they should take the opportunity to spotlight user-generated content. With players excited about incorporating ideas from previous seasons, how does this influence the upcoming trends, like interest in returning modes like Team Rumble with vehicles?
That sounds incredibly engaging. Could we consider the potential shift in gameplay dynamics if developers decide to reintroduce vehicles? How would that diversify strategies among players in rapidly evolving environments?
Very much so. The return of such features can attract different player demographics as well, encouraging both competitive and casual gameplay styles. It's fascinating how these mechanics can lead to a revival of interest in older game modes.
What about those who are having a tough time with hardware? There's a lot of underlying tech issues like crashes with the Xbox Series X. How do you think these challenges impact the broader community and their gaming experiences?
Oh, those tech issues can definitely dampen excitement. How can developers work faster to resolve such bugs? I feel like seamless gaming experiences are becoming a significant part of player satisfaction these days.
They can start by establishing dedicated teams to handle these bugs rapidly, ensuring players feel heard. Community trust plays a huge role in their willingness to recommend titles, especially as nostalgia comes into play with retired consoles like the PS4 Slim.
And that nostalgia brings an emotional aspect to gaming. As we wrap up our discussion, don't forget to share your favorite retro skins and reminisce about how they shaped your gaming experiences. What are you most looking forward to in the next updates? Welcome back, gaming fans. Today, we're diving into the latest updates from the gaming community, and it seems there's a rich tapestry of connections emerging from exciting new developments.
There's a lot happening. For instance, I just read about a solo developer resuming their game after 2 years. What kind of impact do we think this brings to the indie game scene?
Absolutely vital. When solo developers jump back in, they often bring fresh ideas and a great sense of personalization. This resurgence might inspire others to follow suit, especially with recent trends in customization and community input, creating a supportive environment.
Speaking of community, let's not forget those quirky fan creations we keep hearing about, like that Cassidy fan art someone proudly shared. How does this blend of creative expression impact the gaming landscape?
That's true. That kind of fan engagement can boost a game's popularity and can even lead developers to explore options like adding unique skins or vehicles, such as those classic Harley-Davidson bikes everyone seems to be craving.
Exactly. The demand for unique content serves to underline how players wish to see their identities represented in the games they cherish. But it also raises questions. How do developers balance these desires against the technical issues currently impacting gameplay?
Great point. Technical hiccups like queuing issues in matchmaking systems could really hinder not just player experience, but could stifle creative outputs as well. How do we see this intersection evolving?
So if developers are grappling with bugs but still want to incorporate community feedback, could these challenges lead to a newfound clarity in prioritizing what matters most to players?
Yes, in fact, the more developers listen, the better they can pivot from technical constraints to innovative outcomes. Overcoming hardware limitations may soon pave the way for richer gameplay experiences.
And let's not overlook those nostalgic elements of gaming that many are yearning for. With the PS4 now officially retired for some players, do you think this will push the demand for retro-inspired updates even higher?
Absolutely. Nostalgia not only strengthens connections, but can also serve as a safe entry point for players new to indie titles. But could we risk missing out on innovations if we lean too heavily on the past?
It's a delicate balance. The key will be how well developers can implement nostalgic features while continually evolving gameplay to remain relevant. Keeping players engaged amidst these transitions will be crucial, especially with shiny new hardware available.
Thank you all for those insights. So, whether it's through fan art, indie developers returning to passion projects, or evolving gameplay dynamics, there's always something fresh bubbling beneath the surface. What else are you all curious about regarding these recent developments? Welcome back, gaming enthusiasts. Today, we're tapping into some recent gaming news that has everyone buzzing, from hardware glitches to nostalgic game mechanics. Have you heard about players struggling with audio issues after upgrading their GPUs? It raises questions about tech compatibility and player experience.
Wow, that sounds frustrating. How can hardware updates like a new GPU fail to support audio? What do players need to look out for to avoid these kinds of glitches?
It often stems from older drivers or incompatibility with existing systems. Players should ensure their audio settings are properly configured and regularly check for driver updates post-upgrade. But this highlights a larger issue regarding the seamlessness of our tech, something that's crucial for player retention.
Absolutely. And while we're on the topic of nostalgia, there's chatter about features from older Pokemon games that players desperately want back. What do you think this reflects about our attachment to gameplay mechanics from our past?
It sounds like nostalgia is a driving force behind these desires. Are developers missing opportunities to reconnect with audiences by not incorporating beloved features from earlier titles?
Definitely. Players fondly remember mechanics that shape their experiences, like unique evolutions or specific mini-games. This nostalgia can foster stronger community ties, and if developers tap into that sentiment, they can achieve a more robust player engagement.
Speaking of community engagement, we have a solo developer who's just resumed their project after a long hiatus. This could have a major impact on the indie scene as they revitalize their creative visions.
That's really inspiring. How do developers maintain motivation during lengthy breaks? And what insights can they bring back to the table when they return to development?
It often involves rekindling that initial passion and gathering feedback from the community. By staying connected, they can ensure their game resonates with players' current hopes and experiences, which keeps the creative process dynamic.
That's a great perspective. Now, shifting gears, players impacted by issues like unequipping cosmetics after exiting games have been voicing their frustrations. How should developers prioritize such feedback to improve future updates?
That's crucial. Are there proactive measures developers can implement to not only fix bugs, but to also prevent similar issues in future updates?
Effective bug tracking and player testing phases are vital. The key lies in integrating community insights so players feel their voices echo in the development process, fostering trust.
And with the upcoming season trailers hinting at new features like classic vehicle additions in Team Rumble, we see a blend of old-school elements that could attract both new and returning players.
Wow, vehicles really do open up gameplay dynamics. What impact could introducing nostalgic vehicles have on player strategies and overall game flow?
Vehicles can definitely diversify gameplay styles, from aggressive vehicular combat to strategic positioning. It's that balance between nostalgia and innovative gameplay that could reshape player experiences entirely.
And as players debate mechanics and features, make sure to connect with your fellow gamers about your favorite nostalgic elements. Keep those gaming conversations alive, and remember to stay tuned for more updates to come. What's your dream feature you wish developers would resurrect?
Killing. his own words. I'm gonna break it up. 10 more turn. big for Bill. des différentes boîtes. Combien de critères?